I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Fisherman and His Wife. The sea stretched vast and gray before the little village of Dunwich, a ragged edge of the world where the land surrendered to the waves. It was a hard place, its shore a strip of jagged rocks and coarse sand, its huts hunched against the wind like weary travelers too tired to move on. The people who lived there were carved from the same rough cloth: fishermen with hands cracked by salt, women with eyes sharpened by hunger, children who grew up knowing the sea gave little and took much. Among them lived a fisherman named Johann, a man whose years had bent his back but not his spirit, and his wife Ilsebil, whose discontent was as constant as the tide. Their home was a shack at the village's edge, a pitiful thing of warped boards and a roof patched with seaweed, its walls stained black by damp and time. It squatted beside a ditch where the runoff from the hills mingled with the sea's refuse, a stinking trench that buzzed with flies in summer and froze into a gray sludge in winter. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of fish and despair, the floor a mess of sand and broken shells, the single room lit by a smoky fire that barely warmed the bones. They had no table, no chairs, just a straw pallet in one corner and a rusted pot in the other. Their lives as sparse as the catches Johann hauled from the deep. Johann was a quiet man, his face weathered to a map of lines, his hair a thinning gray that clung to his scalp like seaweed to a rock. He'd fished these waters since he was a boy, learning the trade from a father who'd drowned when a storm snapped his boat like a twig. He wasn't clever or strong, not anymore, but he was steady, up before dawn each day, his small skiff creaking as he rowed out, his nets cast with a patience born of necessity rather than hope. The sea rarely rewarded him. Most days, he came back with a handful of sprats or a single mackerel, enough to keep them alive, but never enough to fill the hollow in their bellies. Ilsebil was different. She was younger than Johann by a decade, her hair still a fierce red beneath the grime, her eyes sharp and green like the sea glass she sometimes found on the shore. She'd married him out of need, not love. A fisherman's daughter with no dowry, no prospects, tethered to a man who could barely keep a roof over her head. She wasn't cruel, not at heart, but the years had soured her, turning her dreams into a bitter brew she sipped daily. She wanted more, more than the shack, more than the fish, more than the endless gray of Dunwich, and she wore her discontent like a cloak, heavy and frayed, her voice a lash that stung Johann when the day's catch was thin. "Why can't you do better?" she'd snap, her hands on her hips as he trudged in, his net dripping with seawater and little else. "Other men bring home cod, herring, something worth eating. We live like pigs in this hole, Johann, and you row out there like it's nothing." He'd nod, his shoulders slumping, and mutter, "The sea gives what it gives, Ilsebil. I do what I can." She'd turn away, her silence louder than her words, and he'd sit by the fire, staring into the flames, the weight of her disappointment a stone in his chest. It was a morning like any other, cold, with a wind that bit through his patched coat, when the sea offered something new. Johann rose before the sun, the sky a bruise of purple and gray, and dragged his skiff to the water's edge, the sand crunching under his boots. The village slept, its huts dark, the only sound the waves gnawing at the shore and the gulls crying overhead. He rowed out, his oars creaking, the sea a restless mirror that swallowed the horizon. His hands moved with the rhythm of decades. Cast the net, wait, pull it back, and he hummed a tuneless song, a habit to keep the silence at bay. The net felt heavy as he hauled it in, heavier than usual, and his heart lifted, a flicker of hope sparking in his tired chest. Cod, maybe, or a decent haul of mackerel, something to quiet Ilsebill's tongue for a day. But when the net broke the surface, it wasn't fish that gleamed in its tangle. It was a single creature, large and strange, its scales a burnished gold that caught the faint light like a flame in the dark. It was no cod, no herring, a flounder, but unlike any he'd seen, its body broad and flat, its eyes bright and unnervingly alive, its fins shimmering as if dusted with stars. Johann froze, the net dripping in his hands, his breath clouding in the chill air. The flounder thrashed once, then stilled, its gaze locking onto his, and then it spoke. "Let me go," it said, its voice deep and clear, cutting through the wind like a bell. "I am no common fish. I'm a prince cursed to swim these waters. Release me, and I'll repay your mercy." Johann's hands trembled, the net slipping in his grip. He'd heard tales, old fishermen's yarns, of talking fish and sea spirits, but he'd never believed them, not until now. The flounder's eyes held him, steady and pleading, and he felt a pang, not fear, but something softer, a kindness he couldn't name. "A prince?" he muttered, his voice rough. "You're a fish, plain as day, but I'll not keep what begs to live." He knelt in the skiff, his fingers fumbling with the net, and freed the flounder, its golden body slipping back into the sea with a splash that sent ripples racing outward. It surfaced once, its head above the waves, and nodded. "You've done me a good turn, fisherman," it said. "Call me if you need me. I'll hear you. The sea remembers." Then it dove, a flash of gold vanishing into the gray, and Johann sat there, the empty net in his lap, the boat rocking beneath him. He rubbed his eyes, half convinced he'd dreamed it, but the weight of the moment lingered. A strange warmth in the cold dawn. He rowed back as the sun peeked over the horizon, its light weak and watery, and trudged up the shore, his net slung over his shoulder, his catch a single sprat that barely filled his hand. Ilsebill was awake when he pushed open the shack's door, her red hair tangled, her green eyes narrowing, as she saw his meager haul. "That's it?" she snapped, her voice sharp as a gull's cry. "One miserable fish? What am I to do with that, Johann?" He set the sprat by the fire, his hands still trembling from the encounter, and sat heavily on the pallet. "Something happened, Ilsebill," he said, his voice low, halting. "Caught a fish, a golden one, big as a platter. It spoke to me, said it was a prince, cursed. I let it go." She stared at him, her mouth open, her hands dropping to her sides. "Spoke?" she said, her tone a mix of disbelief and scorn. "A fish that talks? You've lost your wits, old man. Or you're spinning tales to cover a bad day." "No tale," he said, meeting her gaze. It begged me, and I freed it, said it'd repay me, told me to call if I needed it. Ilsebil's eyes widened, a spark igniting in their green depths. Not wonder, but something hungrier, sharper. Repay you? She said, stepping closer, her voice rising. A fish that grants wishes, and you let it swim off without asking for anything? You fool, Johann. We're starving in this pigsty, and you didn't think to wish us out of it? He blinked, startled by her fire. It was a living thing, Ilsebil. I couldn't keep it. Not right to kill what speaks. Right? She spat, her hands balling into fists. What's right about us rotting here? You've got a chance, a miracle, and you throw it away. Go back, Johann. Call that fish and tell it we want something better. A house, a real house. Not this filthy ditch. Do it or I'll never forgive you. Johann's shoulders sagged, the warmth of his deed fading under her glare. He didn't want to. Didn't trust the sea's gifts. Didn't like the edge in her voice. But her eyes bore into him, unyielding, and he nodded, slow and heavy. All right, he muttered, rising. I'll go. He trudged back to the shore, the wind colder now, the sea a restless gray that mirrored his unease. The skiff rocked as he climbed in, his hands gripping the oars, and he rowed out, the village shrinking behind him. He stopped where the water deepened, the waves lapping at the boat, and called, his voice shaky but loud. Flounder, golden fish, come up, I've a need. The sea stirred, a ripple spreading from the depths, and Johann waited, his heart pounding, the net limp in his lap. Ilsebil's words echoed, a house, a real house, and he wondered what he'd unleashed, what price the sea might demand for a fisherman's mercy. The sea lay restless beneath a sky streaked with clouds, its surface rippling as Johann sat in his skiff, his call to the golden flounder still echoing over the waves. The wind tugged at his patched coat, colder now, sharper, as if the air itself sensed the shift in his purpose. He'd freed the fish out of mercy, a simple act born of a fisherman's quiet heart. But Ilsebil's words had twisted it into something else. A chance, a demand, a spark of greed that flickered in her green eyes and now weighed heavy on his shoulders. His hands gripped the oars, the wood rough against his calloused palms, and he waited, the net limp across his knees, his breath fogging in the chill. The water stirred, a slow swirl that broke the gray mirror of the sea, and the flounder rose, its golden scales glinting like a torch in the gloom. It hovered just beneath the surface, its broad, flat body swaying with the current, its eyes, bright, deep, almost human, fixed on Johann with a steady, unreadable gaze. The fisherman flinched, the memory of its voice still strange in his ears, and he leaned forward, his skiff rocking gently. Flounder, he said, his voice cracking, roughened by salt and doubt. Golden fish, I've called you. My wife, Ilsebil. She's not content. She says our shack's a disgrace, a pigsty unfit for living. She wants a house, a proper one, with walls and a roof that don't leak. Will you do it? The flounder's fins shimmered, a faint ripple of light, and its voice came deep and resonant, carrying a note of weariness Johann hadn't heard before. A house, it said. the words rolling through the water like a tide. She asks, and you obey. Very well, fisherman. Go home. Your wife has what she wants. It paused, its eyes narrowing slightly, a shadow crossing their brightness. But the sea gives, and the sea watches. Be mindful. Then it sank, a flash of gold swallowed by the depths, and the waves stilled, leaving Johann alone with the echo of its warning. He rowed back, his arms moving slow and heavy, the skiff cutting through the water with a rhythm that matched his unease. The flounder's words gnawed at him, the sea watches, and he wondered what it meant. What price lingered beneath the gift? But Ilsebil's face loomed in his mind, her sharp tongue and sharper eyes, and he pushed the doubt down, focusing on the shore. The village came into view, its huts hunched against the wind, and he beached the skiff, dragging it up the sand with a grunt, his boots crunching on shells and stones. The shack stood where it always had, or so he thought at first. But as he drew closer, his steps faltered, his breath catching in his throat. The ditch was still there, stinking and buzzing, but the shack was gone. In its place stood a house, a sturdy cottage of weathered wood, its walls straight and solid, its roof sloped with fresh thatch that gleamed golden in the weak sun. A chimney puffed smoke, a window glinted with real glass, and a door of oak swung open as Ilsebil stepped out, her red hair tied back, her hands on her hips, a smile curling her lips. Look at it, Johann, she called, her voice bright with triumph. A house, clean, warm, fit for people, not pigs. You've done it, you old fool. She laughed, a sound sharp and clear, and gestured him inside, her green eyes dancing with a glee he hadn't seen in years. He followed, his boots thudding on the threshold, and stopped, his mouth falling open. The floor was wood, swept clean of sand. The walls hung with a single faded tapestry, a relic from some forgotten wreck. A table stood in the center, flanked by two chairs, and a fire crackled in a stone hearth, its warmth chasing the damp from his bones. A pot simmered, the smell of fish stew, real stew, thick with onions he hadn't caught, filling the air. Ilsebil bustled to it, stirring with a wooden spoon, her movements quick, almost giddy. See, she said, turning to him, her smile wide. This is living, Johann, not that filthy hole we've rotted in. The fish gave us this. Your fish, your golden catch. We're better now, aren't we? Johann nodded, slow and uncertain, his hands hovering at his sides. Aye, he muttered, sinking into a chair, the wood creaking under his weight. It's fine, Ilsebil, more than I'd thought. He looked around, the warmth seeping into him. The stew a comfort he couldn't deny. But the flounder's voice lingered. Be mindful. And he shifted, unease prickling beneath the relief. For a few days it was enough. Ilsebil hummed as she scrubbed the floor, her complaints silenced by the solid walls. The dry roof, the fire that didn't smoke. Johann rowed out each morning, his net lighter in his hands, the sea of familiar gray that offered its usual meager catch. The village noticed. Whispers spread. Eyes lingered on the new house, and some came to gawk, their voices low with envy or wonder. Johann's luck's turned, they'd say, and he'd shrug, his smile faint, unwilling to speak of the flounder. But Ilsebil's contentment was a thin thread, and it snapped on the fourth day. She stood by the window, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. Johann sat by the fire, mending a net, his fingers slow with the twine. When she turned, her green eyes narrowing, her lips a tight line. "This house," she said, her voice sharp again, cutting through the quiet. "It's better, but it's small, Johann. Too small. Look at us, cramped like rats, no room to breathe. And the village. They stare, they talk, but we're still nothing to them. I want more." He looked up, his haunts pausing, a knot forming in his gut. "More?" he said, his voice low. "Ilsebil, we've a roof, a fire, more than we've ever had. What's wrong with it?" "Everything," she snapped, stepping closer, her shadow falling over him. "It's a start, but it's not enough. We're still poor, still scraping by. That fish of yours, it can do better. Go back, Johann. Tell it we want a castle, a grand one, with towers and servants, fit for lords, not fishermen. Do it." Johann's heart sank, the warmth of the fire fading under her glare. "A castle," he said, his voice trembling. "Ilsebil, this is good. We don't need more. The fish, it warned me, said to be mindful. What if, she cut in, her hands fisting. What if we stay here, small and mean, while that fish swims free with power we could have? You're a fool, Johann, a coward. Go, or I'll curse you every day we rot in this hovel." He rose, his legs heavy, his shoulders slumping under the weight of her will. He didn't want it, didn't trust the sea's gifts, didn't like the hunger in her eyes, but her voice lashed him, unyielding, and he nodded, slow and defeated. "All right," he muttered, pulling on his coat. "I'll go." The shore was cold as he dragged the skiff back to the water, the wind sharper now, the sea a darker gray that churned with restless waves. He rowed out, his oars creaking, the village shrinking behind him, and stopped where the water deepened, his hands shaking as he gripped the net. "Flounder!" he called, his voice louder, edged with reluctance. "Golden fish! Come up! My wife, Ilsebil, she's not content. She says the house is too small, too poor. She wants a castle now, a grand one, with towers and servants. Can you do it?" The sea roiled, waves slapping the skiff, and the flounder rose, its golden scales dimmer in the shadowed light, its eyes harder, its fins stiff. "A castle," it said, its voice deeper, colder, a rumble that vibrated through the boat. She asks again, and you obey again. "Very well, fisherman. Go home. Your wife has what she wants." It paused, its gaze piercing him, a weight in its words. "But the sea grows weary. Take care what you ask next." Then it sank, the water swallowing its glow, and the waves surged, rocking Johann back. He rowed home, his arms aching, his mind a storm of doubt. The flounder's tone, "the sea grows weary," clung to him, a chill he couldn't shake. He beached the skiff, his boots sinking into the sand, and trudged toward the house, his eyes on the horizon. But the house was gone. In its place stood a castle, stone walls towering high, turrets piercing the clouds, windows of stained glass glinting like jewels. The ditch was paved over, a courtyard in its stead, and Ilsabil waited at the gates, her red hair loose, her body draped in a gown of blue silk, a smile of triumph on her lips. "Look, Johann," she cried, her voice ringing. "A castle! Ours! We're lords now, not beggars. Your fish did it, your golden fish." She laughed, spinning in her finery, and gestured him inside, her eyes alight with a hunger he couldn't match. He followed, his steps slow, his heart heavy, and stepped into a hall of marble and gold, servants bowing as he passed, the air rich with the scent of roasted meat. Ilsabil danced ahead, her laughter echoing, but Johann lingered, the flounders warning a shadow he couldn't shake. The sea had given again, but he felt it, the tide turning, the price looming, a debt he feared they'd pay. The castle stood like a monument to Ilsabil's will, its stone walls rising stark and proud against the gray sweep of the Dunwich shore. Towers stabbed at the clouds, their turrets crowned with banners that snapped in the wind, and windows of stained glass cast shards of color across the courtyard, painting the cobblestones in hues of ruby and sapphire. Inside, the halls echoed with the clatter of servants, men and women in crisp livery who bowed low as Johann passed, their eyes averted, their hands quick with trays of bread and wine. The air was thick with the scent of roasted venison and spiced mead, a richness that smothered the salt and dantem of the fisherman's old life. It was a world Johann barely recognized, a dream he hadn't dared to dream, and yet it was theirs, or hers more truly. Ilsabil ruled it with a fervor that bordered on frenzy. She swept through the castle in gowns of silk and velvet, her red hair unbound and gleaming, her green eyes alight with a fire that seemed to grow hotter with each passing day. Servants scurried at her command, polishing silver, stoking fires, fetching furs for the chill that crept through the stone. And she reveled in it, her voice sharp and sure, her laughter ringing off the vaulted ceilings. "This is what we deserve, so, Johann," she'd say, her hands sweeping wide as she stood at the head of a banquet table, laden with food he'd never tasted. "No more scraping, no more stench. This is living." Johann followed her shadow, a quiet figure in the grand halls, his fisherman's coat traded for a tunic of rough wool that still felt wrong against his skin. He nodded when she spoke, ate when she pressed a plate into his hands, sat where she pointed, but his heart wasn't in it. The castle was vast, its warmth a stark contrast to the shack's damp chill, and the food filled his belly in a way the sea's meager offerings never had. Yet the flounder's words haunted him. The sea grows weary, a whisper that lingered in the creak of the castle's beams, the howl of the wind outside, the dark ripple of the waves beyond the walls. He felt it, a tension building, a tide he couldn't see, but couldn't ignore. For a time, Ilsabil seemed sated. She'd stride the battlements at dawn, her gown billowing, gazing out over the village that now bent to her whim. Dunwich's fishermen tipping their caps, their wives curtsying as she passed. She'd sit in a high-backed chair by the hearth, a goblet of wine in her hand, and recount their rise. "From a pigsty to this, Johann." Her voice a mix of triumph and disbelief. He'd listen, his hands folded, his eyes on the fire, and murmur agreement, hoping the castle would be enough, praying the sea would let them be. But Ilsebil's hunger was a beast that fed on itself, and within a fortnight the cracks showed. She stood one morning at a window overlooking the courtyard, her arms crossed, her lips a tight line as she watched a fisherman's cart rumble past, its load of fish small and glistening. Johann sat by the hearth, mending a net out of habit, his fingers moving slow with the twine. When she turned, her green eyes narrowing, her voice cutting through the quiet. "This castle's fine," she said, her tone sharp. "But it's not enough, Johann. Look at us, lords of a speck, a nothing. The villagers bow, aye, but they're still above us in their hearts. I want more. I want to be a king, a real king, with a crown and a throne, ruling all these lands, not just this pile of stone." He looked up, his hand stilling, a cold knot forming in his gut. "A king?" he said, his voice low, trembling. "Ilsebil, we've a castle, servants, food, more than we've ever known. Why push it further? The fish, it's weary, it said so. What if we ask too much?" "Too much?" she snapped, stepping closer, her shadow falling over him. "There's no such thing. We're owed, Johann, owed for years in that shack, for every empty net you dragged home. That fish of yours, it's a prince, isn't it? It can give us this. Go back. Tell it I want to be king. Now." Johann's heart sank, the fire's warmth fading under her glare. "Ilsebil," he said, his voice pleading, "we've enough. The sea, it's not ours to command. I felt it last time. A warning." "Warning?" she cut in, her hands fisting. "You're a coward, Johann, a sniveling fool. You caught that fish. You freed it. It owes you. Go, or I'll curse you every day we sit here, half-made lords in a half-made life." Her voice rose, a lash that struck deep, and he flinched, his resolve crumbling under her will. He rose slow and heavy, his legs unsteady as he pulled on his coat, still the fisherman's coat, patched and salt-stained, a relic he couldn't shed. "All right," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "I'll go." She nodded, her smile sharp, and turned back to the window, her eyes on the sea as he trudged out, the castle's grandeur, a weight he carried with every step. The shore was wild now, the wind howling, the waves crashing against the rocks with a fury that mirrored his dread. He dragged the skiff to the water, its hull scraping the sand, and rowed out, his oars battling the swell, the castle shrinking behind him into a dark silhouette. He stopped where the water deepened, the sea black and churning, and called, his voice shaking but loud. "Flounder, golden fish, come up, my wife, Ilsebil. She's not content. She says the castle's not enough. She wants to be king with a crown and a throne. Can you do it?" The sea roared, waves slamming the skiff, and the flounder rose, its golden scales dulled in the storm's shadow, its eyes hard and cold. "King," it said, its voice a rumble that shook the boat, heavy with a weariness that bordered on anger. "She asks more, and you obey more. Very well, fisherman. Go home. Your wife is king." It paused, its gaze piercing him, its fins stiff. "But the sea tires of her hunger. Take heed. Then it sank, the water swallowing its light, and the waves surged, driving Johann back. He rode home, his arms burning, his mind a tumult of fear and doubt. The flounder's tone, the sea tires, clung to him, a chill that seeped into his bones. He beached the skiff, the wind tearing at his coat, and trudged toward the castle, or where it had been. It was gone. In its place stood a palace, vast and gleaming, its walls of white marble veined with gold, its towers crowned with spires that glittered like stars. A throne room sprawled within, its ceiling painted with clouds, its floor a mosaic of jewels, and Ilsabil sat at its heart, a golden crown on her head, a scepter in her hand, her gown a cascade of purple silk. "King Ilsabil," she cried as he entered, her voice ringing off the walls, her servants kneeling around her. "Look, Johann, I rule now, not just Dunwich, but all these lands. Your fish did it. Your golden fish." She laughed, a sound sharp and wild, and rose, her scepter gleaming as she paced the throne. Johann stood, his coat dripping, his eyes wide. "I," he muttered, his voice lost in the vastness. "Your king." The palace was a marvel, wealth beyond his ken, power he couldn't grasp. But the flounder's warning echoed, a shadow he couldn't shake. Days passed, then weeks, and Ilsabil's reign grew. She sent decrees, demanded tribute, her throne a seat of command that bent the land to her will. But her eyes, those green, hungry eyes, never stilled. One evening, as storm clouds gathered, she stood on a balcony, her crown glinting, her gaze on the sky where lightning flashed. Johann sat below, his hands idle. When she turned, her voice sharp and fevered. "King's not enough," she said, her ends gripping the rail. "I want more. I want to be emperor, Johann, ruler of all kingdoms, greater than any king. Go, tell the fish." He rose, dread coiling tight. "Emperor? Ilsabil, you've lands, power. Why more? The fish. It's angry, I feel it. Angry?" She spat, her crown tilting as she glared. "It serves us. Go, or I'll have you flogged." Her voice was a command, and he went. The storm raging as he rode out, the sea blacker still, the flounder granting her wish with a voice like thunder, the palace becoming an empire. But Ilsabil's hunger burned on. "I'll be pope," she demanded next, and Johann went. The sea a tempest, the flounder's eyes red, its words a growl. The empire became a cathedral, Ilsabil robed in white, her power divine. Yet still, she looked up, her gaze on the sun and moon, and said, "I'll be lord of the heavens, master of the sky itself." Johann trembled, the end near, and rode out one last time, the sea of fury, his fate sealed. The cathedral that Ilsabil now called her domain towered over Dunwich, like a mountain of stone and light, its spires piercing the storm-laden sky, its walls aglow with the flicker of 1,000 candles. It had swallowed the palace, the castle, the house before it, each wish of hers reshaping the shore into a monument to her insatiable will. Stained glass windows stretched floor to ceiling, casting mosaics of saints and angels across marble floors, their colors vivid even in the gloom of the tempest brewing outside. Golden altars gleamed, incense curled through the air, and servants, now clad in robes of white and red, moved in silent reverence, their heads bowed to the woman who sat enthroned at the cathedral's heart. Ilsebil wore the mantle of Pope with a grandeur that eclipsed all she'd claimed before. Her gown was a cascade of white silk, embroidered with threads of gold that shimmered like the flounder's scales, and a mitre rested on her head, its jewels glinting with every turn. She held a crozier, its staff carved with serpents and stars, and her green eyes burned with a fire that no title could quench. She'd summoned bishops and priests from the distant lands, their voices chanting her praises, their hands offering gifts of myrrh and frankincense, but she barely heard them. Her gaze was fixed upward through the cathedral's vaulted dome to the sky where the sun and moon danced their eternal waltz, untouched by her command. Johann stood at the edge of the nave, a small figure in the vastness, his fisherman's coat a tattered relic against the opulence around him. He'd watched her rise, house to castle, castle to palace, palace to empire, empire to this, and each step had sunk him deeper into a quiet dread. The flounder's warnings echoed in his ears. The sea grows weary, the sea tires, and he felt it now, a tension in the air, a weight in the water that lapped at the cathedral's foundations. The sea had given, again and again, but its patience was fraying, a thread stretched to breaking, and he knew Ilsebil's hunger would snap it. She'd called him that morning, her voice sharp through the cathedral's hush, as lightning split the sky beyond the windows. He'd come, his boots scuffing the marble, his hands trembling at his cinch, and found her standing before the altar, her mitre tilted, her eyes wild with a fever he couldn't name. Johann, she said, her tone a command that brooked no refusal. This isn't enough. He blinked, his breath catching, the words a stone in his chest. Not enough, he said, his voice low, hoarse. Ilsebil, your Pope, ruler of faith, of kings, of all we know. What more can there be? She turned, her crozier tapping the floor, her smile sharp and cold. Everything, she said, her voice rising, echoing off the stone. Look up, Johann, at the sun, the moon, the stars. They move without my say, beyond my reach. I'm Pope, but I'm still small beneath them. I want to be Lord of the heavens, Master of the sky itself, to command the sun to rise, the moon to set, the stars to bow. That's power, Johann, true power. Go to your fish. Tell it. Johann's knees buckled, his hands clutching at his coat, dread coiling tight in his gut. Lord of the heavens, he whispered, his voice trembling. Ilsebil, no, this is too much. The fish, it's angry. I've felt it every time. The sea's dark, the waves roar. It's warning us. Stop now, please, before... Stop? She snapped, stepping closer, her mitre glinting as lightning flashed outside. You dare tell me to stop? You, a fisherman, a nothing? I've dragged us from that shack, made us kings, emperors, popes, and you'd have me cower at a fish's frown? Go, Johann, go, or I'll cast you out, leave you to rot in the ditch we came from. Tell it, I'll be lord of the sky. Her voice lashed him, a storm of its own, and he flinched, his resolve crumbling under her glare. He saw the madness in her eyes. Hunger turned to frenzy, a fire that would burn them both, and knew he couldn't fight it. All right, he muttered, his voice barely audible, his shoulders slumping. I'll go. She nodded, her smile triumphant, and turned back to the altar, her gaze on the sky as he stumbled out, the cathedral's grandeur, a weight he couldn't bear. The shore was a battlefield when he reached it, the wind howling like a beast unleashed, the waves crashing against the rocks with a fury that shook the earth. Lightning split the sky, thunder rolling in its wake, and the sea churned, black and wild, a cauldron of rage that mirrored his fear. He dragged the skiff to the water, its hull scraping the sand, and rowed out, his oars battling the swell, the cathedral's spires shrinking into a jagged silhouette behind him. The boat rocked, waves slamming its sides, and he clung to the oars, his hands shaking, his coat soaked through as he reached the deep. Flounder! He shouted, his voice raw, nearly lost to the storm. Golden fish, come up. My wife Ilsabil, she's not content. She says Pope isn't enough. She wants to be Lord of the heavens, Master of the sun and moon and stars. Can you do it? The sea roared, a deafening bellow that shook the skiff, and the water parted, the flounder rising slow and terrible from the depths. Its golden scales were dim, its body shadowed by the storm, its eyes red and blazing, no longer steady, but fierce with a wrath that stopped Johann's breath. It hovered there, its fins stiff, its presence a weight that pressed him down. And when it spoke, its voice was a thunderclap, a judgment that split the air. Lord of the heavens, it said, the words a growl that vibrated through the boat, through his bones. She asks this, Master of the sun and moon, the stars, the sky itself. She, a mortal, dares to claim what even the sea cannot touch. It paused, its eyes boring into him, red and unyielding, and Johann shrank back, his hands clutching the oars, his heart pounding in his chest. Her hunger knows no end, it continued, its voice dropping to a hiss, cold and final. She's asked too much, fisherman. Too much for mercy, too much for grace. Go home. She'll see what she's earned. The flounder sank, its golden light snuffed out by the black water, and the sea erupted, waves surging higher, the skiff spinning in their grasp. Johann rowed back, his arms burning, his mind a tumult of terror and relief. The flounder's words, she'll see what she's earned. A riddle he couldn't unravel. He expected more. A palace of the sky, towers of cloud. But the storm's fury felt different, final, a reckoning he couldn't name. He beached the skiff, the wind tearing at him, and stumbled up the shore, his eyes on the cathedral, waiting for it to shift, to rise into something greater. But it didn't. The cathedral was gone. The palace, the empire, the castle, all vanished, swallowed by the storm's howl. In their place stood the shack, the old filthy shack, its walls warped and black, its roof sagging under seaweed, the ditch beside it stinking and buzzing with flies, the cobblestones, the marble, the gold, gone as if they'd never been. The shore a bleak stretch of sand and rock once more. Johann stopped, his breath ragged, his coat dripping, and peered through the shack's cracked door. Ilsebil sat there, on the straw pallet, her silk gown replaced by the ragged shift she'd worn years ago, her red hair tangled, her green eyes wide and blank. No crown, no scepter, no throne, just her, small and still, her hands empty, her face pale as the foam on the waves. She didn't look up as he entered, didn't speak, her gaze fixed on the floor, the fire a smoldering heap of ash that gave no warmth. Ilsebil? He said, his voice soft, trembling, but she didn't move, didn't answer. He stepped closer, his boots scuffing the sand, and saw it, the absence in her eyes, the hunger snuffed out, leaving only a hollow shell. The sea had given, and the sea had taken, stripping them bare with a single, silent stroke. He sank beside her, the pallet creaking, and stared at the ash, the storm's roar fading outside. The flounder's judgment had come, not with words, not with fanfare, but with this, a return to nothing, a mirror of their start, a price paid in full. Ilsebil's voice, her fire, her will, all gone, drowned by her own greed, and Johann felt it too. A weight lifted and a burden left. The sea's lesson etched in the silence between them. The storm that had swept away Ilsebil's dreams lingered over Dunwich through the night, its winds howling like mourners at a grave, its rain lashing the shore with a fury that seemed to echo the sea's disdain. By morning, it had passed, leaving a sky of cold, unbroken gray, and a sea that stretched flat and silent, its waves lapping at the rocks with a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. The shack stood alone, a crooked blot against the sand, its walls warped and blackened, its roof sagging under the weight of seaweed and time. The ditch beside it gurgled with runoff, its stench rising sharp and familiar, and the air carried the tang of salt and rot, a world unchanged, unyielding, as if the castle, the palace, the cathedral had been nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Johann sat on the straw pallet inside, his fisherman's coat still damp from the night before, his hands resting heavy on his knees. The fire was dead, a pile of ash and charred twigs that gave no warmth, and the single sprat he'd caught days ago lay untouched by the hearth, its scales dull in the dim light filtering through the shack's cracks. Ilsebil sat beside him, her ragged shift clinging to her frame, her red hair a tangled mess that fell over her face like a veil. She hadn't moved since he'd returned, hadn't spoken, her green eyes fixed on the floor, empty of the fire that had once driven her. The silence between them was thick, a weight that pressed down harder than the storm's roar, and Johann felt it, a void where her voice, her will, her hunger had been. He'd tried to speak when he'd stumbled in, his voice soft, hesitant, as if testing the air. Ilsebil? He'd said, kneeling beside her, his hand hovering near her shoulder. It's over. The fish. It took it all. She'd given no sign she'd heard, no flicker of recognition, her stillness a wall he couldn't breach. He'd sat then, the pallet creaking under his weight, and waited, hoping for a word, a glance, anything to break the hush. But she remained a statue, her hands limp in her lap, her breath shallow, and he understood. The sea had taken more than stone and gold. It had taken her spirit, too. The day stretched on, gray and endless. The shack's damp, seeping into his bones as he sat there, his eyes tracing the familiar lines of the walls, the cracks he'd patched with mud, the stains he'd scrubbed at with salt water. It was the same shack, the one he'd lived in for decades, the one he'd left behind with each of Ilsabil's wishes, only to return now, stripped bare. The house had been warm, the castle grand, the palace vast, the cathedral divine. But this was home, or what passed for it, a truth the sea had carved into them with unrelenting hands. He rose at last, his joints stiff, and shuffled to the door, his boots scuffing the sand-strewn floor. The sea called him as it always had, and he stepped out, the wind tugging at his coat, the shore stretching bleak and empty before him. The skiff lay where he'd left it, half buried in the sand, its hull scarred by the storm, and he dragged it to the water, the effort a quiet penance. He rowed out, his oars creaking, the sea a mirror of gray that swallowed the horizon, and cast his net, his hands moving with the rhythm of a lifetime. He didn't call the flounder, didn't dare, its red eyes and thunderous voice a memory he couldn't face. The net came up light, a single sprat wriggling in its tangle, and he sighed, the catch a mirror of the days before the fish had spoken. Back in the shack, Ilsabil hadn't stirred. He set the sprat by the hearth, kindled a weak fire with the last of their twigs, and cooked it. The smell faint and familiar, a meager meal that barely filled the pot. He offered her half, holding it out in a cracked bowl, but she didn't take it, her hands still, her eyes unseeing. He ate alone, the fish tasteless on his tongue, and sat back, the silence settling over them like dust. The village noticed their fall, though few dared approach. The fishermen saw the shack where the cathedral had stood, their boats bobbing past with wary glances, their voices low as they whispered over their nets. "Johann's back to nothing," they'd say, shaking their heads. "That wife of his pushed too far, she did. Sea doesn't like greed." The women clucked their tongues, their eyes sharp with pity or scorn, and the children ran by, peering through the cracks, their laughter fading when they saw Ilsabil's stillness. The tale spread. A fisherman's luck turned to ruin, a woman's hunger drowned by the tide, and it grew, a warning woven into Dunwich's lore. Days turned to weeks, then months, the shack enduring as the seasons shifted. Johann fished each morning, his skiff cutting through the gray, his net rarely full, the sea offering its usual scraps, sprats, a mackerel if he was lucky. He'd come home, cook what he caught, and sit by Ilsabil, her silence a companion he couldn't shake. She ate when he pressed the bowl to her lips, her movements slow, mechanical, but she didn't speak, didn't look at him, her green eyes lost to a place he couldn't reach. He wondered if she saw the castle, the throne, the sky she'd craved, or if the sea had washed even those dreams away. The flounder never returned. He'd row out sometimes, his eyes on the deep, half expecting its golden scales to break the surface. But the water stayed silent, its depths a mystery he no longer sought. The sea had spoken, through the storm, through the shack, through Ilsabil's hollow gaze. And he listened now, its lesson a weight he carried in his bones. He didn't blame her, not aloud, not in his heart. She'd burned bright, a fire he couldn't match, and the sea had snuffed her out, leaving him to tend the ashes. Winter came, the wind sharper, the sea colder, and the shack grew bleaker, its walls trembling in the gales, its roof leaking with every rain. Johann patched it as he always had, his hands steady with the mud, his breath fogging in the chill. Ilsebill sat by the hearth, a blanket around her shoulders, one he'd bartered for with a rare catch, her red hair fading to a dull copper, her face thinning with the hunger they shared. He'd speak to her sometimes, soft words about the day's work, the weather, the sea, but she didn't answer, her silence a wall that grew higher with each passing season. Years rolled by, the village aging around them, its huts weathering the storms as they did. The tale of Johann and Ilsebill became a fixture, a story told by the fire, a caution to the young. Beware what you wish, for the sea keeps score. The fishermen nodded, their eyes on the waves, and the women hushed their children when they asked about the shack, its crooked shape a shadow on the shore. Johann grew older, his back bending further, his hands slower with the net, but he fished on. The sea is constant, its gray expanse a mirror of his days. Ilsebill faded beside him, her body shrinking, her eyes dimming, until one winter night she didn't rise from the pallet. He found her still, her breath gone, her face peaceful at last. The hunger that had driven her, extinguished by time and the sea's cold hand. He buried her by the shore, a shallow grave in the sand, the waves lapping at its edge, and stood there, his coat flapping, his eyes dry. He didn't mourn her, not with tears, but with a quiet ache, a recognition of the fire she'd been, the fire he'd followed to ruin. He lived on, alone in the shack, the ditch buzzing beside him, the sea his only companion. He fished until his haunts failed, his net empty more often than not, and sat by the hearth, the fire weak, the sprats small. The village watched, their whispers softer now. Poor Johann, left with nothing. But he didn't hear, didn't care. The sea had taken, the sea had given, and the sea had judged. Its lesson a weight he bore in silence, Dunwich endured, its shore unchanging, and the shack stood, a relic of greed's fall. Johann faded into it, a shadow among shadows, until one day he didn't row out, his skiff left to rot, his story a murmur on the wind. The sea rolled on, gray and vast, its depths silent, its judgment final, a tale of a fisherman and his wife, lost to the foam, a warning etched in the sand for those who dared to ask too much. Story, beneath the oil lamp, the village of Thornwick lay tucked in a hollow between jagged hills, a forgotten speck where the wind howled more often than it whispered. Its houses were huddled together like sheep in a storm, their stone walls stained with moss, their roofs sagging under the weight of years. The people of Thornwick were a hardy lot, farmers, shepherds, weavers, scratching out a living from the rocky soil and the stubborn sheep that roamed the slopes. Among them lived Lena, a young woman of 22, with hands nimble from years of stitching and eyes that held a quiet, steady fire. She wasn't beautiful in the way ballads praised. Her dark hair was plain, her face freckled from the sun, but there was a strength in her, a resilience that kept her standing when others bent. Lena shared a cramped cottage with her father, Tobin, a tailor whose fingers had once danced over fabric with skill, but now fumbled with age and too much ale. They were poor, poorer than most in Thornwick, their meals a thin gruel of barley and whatever roots Lena could dig from the garden. Tobin's trade had dwindled, his eyes too weak, his stitches too crooked, and Lena had taken up the needle, mending cloaks and shirts for a few coppers here and there. She didn't mind the work. It was steady, honest, and it kept the roof over their heads. But Tobin minded. He minded the cold, the hunger, the way the village looked at him now, not as a craftsman, but as a man past his prime, clinging to pride like a tattered cloak. It was that pride that brought the trouble. The day had started like any other, gray and blustery, the wind rattling the cottage's shutters as Lena sat by the hearth, patching a shepherd's tunic. Tobin was at the table, nursing a mug of weak ale, his voice loud with the bravado that came after a drink. "I was the best tailor in these hills once," he said, not for the first time. "Could sew a seam so fine you'd swear it was spun by magic. And Lena, my girl's got my gift, you know. Better than me, even. She could turn rags into riches if she wanted." Lena smiled faintly, her needle pausing mid-stitch. "I mend, father, not magic," she said, her tone gentle but firm. "Let's not stretch the truth too thin." But Tobin waved her off, his mug sloshing. "Truth's what you make it. You've got a talent, girl. Could weave gold from straw if you set your mind to it. I'd wager my last coin on that." She shook her head, returning to her work, but the words lingered, careless and heavy. They might have faded into the wind, if not for the stranger who'd slipped into the village that morning. A tall, gaunt man in a black cloak, his face shadowed by a hood, his boots caked with mud from the road. He was a messenger from Lord Gavrick, the ruler of the stone keep that loomed on the hill above Thornwick, a man known for his greed and his temper. The messenger had come to collect taxes, his ledger open, his quill scratching as he moved from house to house. Tobin, flush with ale and bravado, met him at the door. "Taxes?" Tobin slurred, leaning against the frame. "We've naught but scraps, but my Lena, she's a wonder. Can turn rags to gold, she can. Finer than any lord's silk." "Tell your master that." The messenger's eyes narrowed, a glint of interest cutting through his boredom. "Gold, you say?" he asked, his voice smooth as oil. "From rags?" "Aye," Tobin said, puffing out his chest. "She's a marvel, my girl. Could make a fortune for any man with eyes to see it." Lena dropped her needle, her stomach sinking. "Father, hush," she hissed, stepping to his side. "He's had too much ale, sir. Pay him no mind." But the messenger was already writing, his quill moving fast. "Lord Gavrick will want to hear this," he said, snapping the ledger shut. "A girl who spins gold from rags? We'll see." He turned on his heel, his cloak swirling, and was gone before Lena could protest further. The weight of it settled over her like a storm cloud. She rounded on Tobin, her voice low and sharp. "What have you done? I can't make gold. I sew, that's all. You've put us in danger with your boasting." Tobin blinked, the haze of ale clearing just enough for regret to creep in. "I didn't mean, it was just talk, Lena. He won't take it serious." But he was wrong. By dusk, the sound of hooves thundered down the hill. A dozen of Lord Gavrick's men rode into Thornwick, their armor clanking, their torches spitting flame into the gathering dark. The leader, A broad man with a scar across his cheek dismounted and banged on the cottage door. Lena opened it, her heart pounding, and saw the cold purpose in his eyes. "You're the tailor's girl?" he barked. "The one who spins gold." She shook her head, her eyes trembling. "No, sir, it was a mistake." My father spoke out of turn. "I'm no spinner, just a seamstress." He didn't listen. "Lord Gavrek's orders. You're to come with us fast. Bring her," he snapped to the others, and before Lena could react, rough hands seized her arms. Tobin stumbled forward, shouting, "Leave her be! It was me, not her!" But a soldier shoved him back, and he fell, sprawling in the dirt. "Father!" Lena cried, twisting in their grip, but they dragged her to a horse, hoisting her up behind the scarred man. The village watched from their doorways, silent and fearful, as the riders turned and galloped back to the keep. Lena clung to the saddle, her mind racing, the wind biting at her face. She saw Tobin's crumpled form shrink into the distance, his voice lost to the night, and dread coiled tight in her chest. The keep was a hulking shadow against the sky, its walls cold and gray, its towers jagged like broken teeth. They hauled her through vast gates, down twisting corridors, lit by flickering torches, and into a small, windowless room. The door slammed shut behind her, the bolt sliding home with a clang. She stood there, breathless, taking in the space. A stone floor, a rough table, a single oil lamp burning low. On the table lay a pile of rags, torn cloth, stained and threadbare, a heap of refuse no one could salvage. Beside it sat a needle and thread, glinting in the lamplight. The scarred man stepped in, his bulk filling the doorway. "Lord Gavrek's heard of your skill," he said, his voice flat. "Turn this into gold cloth by dawn, or you and your father hang. He'll see it himself when the sun rises." He turned to leave, then paused, glancing back. "Don't try the door. It's locked tight." The door thudded shut, and Lena was alone. She sank to her knees, her hands shaking as she stared at the rags. Gold cloth? It was impossible. Madness, born of her father's drunken tongue. She wasn't a sorceress, not even a weaver, just a girl with a needle, good at patching holes, not spinning miracles. Tears stung her eyes, hot and bitter, and she pressed her palms to her face, a sob breaking free. "What do I do?" she whispered, the words swallowed by the stone walls. "Father, what have you done?" The lamp flickered, its flame dancing, and the room grew colder, the shadows stretching long and thin. She didn't know how long she sat there, minutes, hours, lost in despair, the pile of rags mocking her. The flame dipped low, nearly guttering out, and she reached to steady it, her fingers brushing the warm glass. That's when she heard it, a rustle, soft as a mouse, but sharper, deliberate. She froze, her breath catching. The sound came again from the corner where the shadows pooled thickest, and a figure stepped into the light. It was small, no taller than a child, but not human. Its skin was pale and mottled, its eyes too large, glinting like polished coins. A tangle of dark hair framed its face, and its fingers were long, nimble, tipped with nails sharp as thorns. It wore a tattered vest, patched and odd, and when it smiled, its teeth were jagged, catching the lamplight. "Trouble, eh?" it said, its voice a high, cutting rasp. like a needle scraping stone. A big task for a little girl. Gold from rags. Nasty work that. Lena scrambled back, her heart hammering. Who? What are you? It tilted its head, its smile widening. A helper, maybe? A friend, if you're lucky. I can do it. Turn this mess to gold, quick as a blink. But it stepped closer, its eyes narrowing. There's a price. Nothing's free, not with me. She stared at it, fear and hope warring in her chest. The lamp flickered again, casting its twisted shadow across the wall, and she knew she had no choice. Dawn was coming, and with it, death, hers and Tobin's. She swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. What price? The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass, and leaned in close, its breath cold against her cheek. We'll start small, it said. That pretty trinket round your neck. Give it here, and the gold's yours by morning. Lena's own flew to the copper necklace, her mother's, a simple chain with a worn pendant, the only piece of her she had left. She hesitated, her fingers trembling, but the creature's eyes bored into her, unyielding. The lamp burned low, the rags loomed, and dawn crept closer. She nodded, slow and heavy, and unclasped the chain. Deal, she said, and the room seemed to shiver as the word fell. The copper necklace slipped from Lena's fingers into the creature's grasp, its sharp nails curling around the chain like a spider snaring a fly. The pendant glinted once in the lamplight, a fleeting memory of her mother's warm hands, then vanished into the folds of the creature's tattered vest. Lena's chest tightened, a pang of loss cutting through her fear, but she held her tongue. The room was cold, the rags a silent heap on the table, and the oil lamp burned low, its flame a fragile thread between her and the dawn that loomed like a guillotine. The creature, whatever it was, grinned wider, its jagged teeth catching the light. Good choice, girl, it rasped, its voice a scrape against her nerves. A trinket for a miracle. Now watch. It hopped onto the table with a nimble leap, its small form hunched over the pile of rags, and began to work. Lena stared, her breath shallow, as its fingers moved, faster than any humans could, a blur of motion that defied the eye. It didn't use the needle or thread she'd been given. Instead, it pulled at the air itself, its claws weaving invisible strands into the torn cloth. The rags shimmered, their edges softening, their stains fading, and a golden hue bled through them, spreading like ink on wet parchment. Within moments, the heap transformed, a cascade of lacy, luminous fabric, fine as spider silk, glowing with a richness that made the stone walls seem drab. It was gold, or near enough, a cloth so exquisite it could have draped a queen. The creature stepped back, dusting its hands with a smug flourish. There, it said, its eyes glinting, done before the cock crows. You're welcome. It hopped down, landing soundlessly, and tilted its head. Sleep if you like. They'll come soon. Lena didn't move. She reached out, hesitant, and touched the fabric. Soft, warm, impossibly real. How? She whispered. But the creature was already fading, its form melting into the shadows like smoke. Wait! She started, but it was gone, leaving only the echo of its laugh. sharp and brittle, hanging in the air. She sank onto the floor, her back against the wall, the golden cloth spilling over the table's edge. Sleep didn't come. How could it? Her mind churned with questions. What was that thing? Where had it gone? And the price? Her mother's necklace. Was it worth this? The lamp flickered, its light steadying as if mocking her unease, and she clutched her knees, waiting for dawn. The bolt slid back with a clang as the first gray light seeped through the cracks in the door. The scarred soldier entered, Lord Gavrick at his heels, a tall, lean man with a hawkish face, his dark hair streaked with silver, his eyes cold and greedy. He wore a velvet cloak, rich but faded, and his fingers twitched as he stepped into the room. The soldier grunted, gesturing at the table, and Gavrick's gaze locked onto the golden cloth. His breath caught, a sharp hiss, and he crossed the room in 3 strides, snatching it up. By the gods, he muttered, holding it to the light. The fabric shimmered, casting flecks of gold across his face, and a slow, hungry smile spread over his lips. You've done it. Rags to gold, just as your father said. He turned to Lena, his eyes narrowing. How? She stood, her legs unsteady, and forced her voice to hold. I worked all night, my lord. That's all. The lie tasted bitter. But what could she say? A creature from the shadows did it? He'd think her meant, or worse, demand more. Demand. Gavrick studied her, his smile fading into something calculating. All night, eh? Good. You'll do it again. He nodded to the soldier. Bring more rags. She stays until I say otherwise. He swept out. The cloth clutched in his hands, and the soldier dumped another pile, larger this time, dirtier, onto the table before locking the door behind him. Lena's heart sank. Again? She hadn't escaped. She'd only bought a night. The lamp burned on, its oil somehow unspent, and she pressed her hands to her face, dread pooling in her gut. She couldn't do this alone, not twice. The creature, her only hope, had to come back. It did. The shadows stirred as the keep fell silent, the lamp's flame dipping low. The creature emerged, its eyes glinting, its grin as sharp as ever. Back for more, eh? It said, hopping onto the table. Knew you'd need me. What's it this time? More gold for the greedy lord? Lena nodded, her throat tight. Please, they'll kill us if I don't. Can you do it again? It laughed, a sound like shattering glass. Can I? Oh, I can. But the price goes up, girl. That ring on your finger. Pretty little thing. Give it here. She glanced at her hand. The silver ring, thin and worn, a gift from her father when she was small, before the ale took him. It was all she had left of the man he'd been. Her finger curled, protective, but the rags loomed, and the soldier's threat echoed. She slipped it off, her hand trembling, and held it out. Take it, she said, her voice breaking. Just do it. The creature snatched the ring, tucking it away, and set to work. Its fingers danced again, weaving the impossible, and soon the rags were gone, replaced by another cascade of golden cloth, even finer than the first. Done, it said, stepping back. Sleep or don't. I'll see to you tomorrow. It vanished, its laugh lingering, and Lena slumped against the wall, the loss of the ring a fresh wound. Dawn came, and so did Gavrick. His greed was sharper now, his eyes alight as he seized the new cloth. Better than before, he said, almost to himself. You're a marvel, girl. One more night, prove it's no fluke. The soldier brought a third pile, the largest yet, and the door locked again. Lena stared at it, her hands empty, her hope fraying. One more night. But what could she give? The creature returned as the lamp dimmed, its presence a cold certainty. Last night, eh? It said, perching on the table. Big pile this time. What have you got left, girl? Lena's hands shook as she spread them wide. Nothing, she said, her voice raw. You've taken all I had. The necklace, the ring. There's nothing left. It tilted its head, its grin stretching impossibly wide. Nothing, eh? Not true. You've got plenty. Future things. Precious things. Promise me your first child, born when you're lady of this keep. That'll do. Her blood ran cold. My child, she whispered, stepping back. No, I can't. Can't? It snapped, its voice rising. You'll hang without me, you and your fool father. One brat for 2 lives. Fair trade, I'd say. Say yes or I'm gone, and you're dead by morning. Lena's mind reeled, panic clawing at her. A child. Something she hadn't even dreamed of yet. A life not yet real. But the rags, the lamp, the locked door, they were real, and death was closer. She thought of Tobin, crumpled in the dirt, his life tied to hers. She thought of the noose, the dawn, the end. Her hands clenched, nails biting into her palms, and she nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. Yes, she said, the word a stone in her throat. I promise. The creature cackled, a sound that shook the walls, and its fingers flew. The rags vanished, replaced by a shimmering flood of gold cloth, so bright it hurt her eyes. Done, it said, hopping down. You're free, for now. I'll come when the time's right. It melted into the shadows, its laughter fading, and Lena fell to her knees, sobbing into her empty hands. Morning brought Gavrik, his greed now a fever. He lifted the cloth, his laugh sharp and triumphant. Perfect, he said, turning to her. You've earned your place, girl. No hanging. Not yet. You'll marry me, and this keep will drown in gold. He left, the soldier trailing him, and the door stayed unlocked. Lena stumbled out, the lamp still burning behind her, its light a cruel witness. She was alive. Tobin was safe. But the promise hung over her, a shadow deeper than the keep's walls. The creature's words echoed, I'll come when the time's right. She clutched her bare neck, her ringless finger, and walked into the dawn, the weight of her bargain heavier than any gold. The months that followed blurred into a strange, gilded haze for Lena. Lord Gavrik kept his word, or his version of it, marrying her in a ceremony as cold as the keep's stone walls. There was no love in it, only possession. He saw her as a key to wealth, a living loom for his greed. The village whispered, some in awe, some in pity, as Lena moved from the cramped cottage to the towering keep, her father trailing behind, sobered by shame but alive. Tobin took a small room in the servants' quarters, his hands too shaky to sew, his voice muted by the weight of what he'd caused. Lena didn't blame him, not aloud, but the silence between them grew heavy. a thread she couldn't mend. The golden cloth became Gavrick's obsession. He demanded more, locking Lena in that same stone room night after night, but the creature didn't return. She tried to replicate the miracle herself, stitching, weaving, praying over the rags, but her hands produced only patches, not gold. Gavrick raged, his temper flaring, but he couldn't explain it either. The lamp burned on, its oil never waning, a silent taunt of her failure. Eventually, he relented, convinced her gift had been a fluke, and turned his greed to other schemes: taxes, trade, anything to fill his coffers. Lena was left to wander the keep, a reluctant lady in a cage of stone. The promise she'd made a shadow that clung to her every step. A year passed, and with it came a son. She named him Elias, a name soft as a whisper, and he was everything the keep was not: warm, alive, a light in her arms. His eyes were hers, dark and steady, and his tiny hands gripped her fingers with a trust that broke her heart. Gavrick barely noticed him, too busy counting coins. But Lena didn't care. Elias was hers, a piece of hope stitched into the fabric of her days, and she guarded him fiercely, cradling him in the quiet of her chamber, the oil lamp now a fixture on her table, its flame a constant companion. She'd almost forgotten the creature, almost convinced herself it was a nightmare, a price paid and buried, until the night it came back. The keep was still, the moon a sliver through the narrow window when the air shivered. Lena sat by Elias's cradle, humming a lullaby, her fingers tracing his soft cheek. The lamp flickered, its light dipping low, and a chill crept into the room, sharp and sudden. She froze, her breath catching, as the shadows twisted. And there it was, the creature, small and pale, its eyes glinting like coins, its grin a slash of jagged teeth. "Time's up, girl," it rasped, stepping closer, its claws clicking against the stone floor. "A year and a day. Fair warning, I'd say. The brat's mine now. Hand him over." Lena's heart stopped, then thundered back to life. She stood, placing herself between the cradle and the creature, her hands trembling, but her voice steady. "No," she said, the word a shield. "You can't have him. I won't let you." It laughed, a sound like breaking ice, and hopped onto the table, its claws tapping the wood. "Won't? You promised, girl. Your first child, fair and square. I kept my end. 3 nights of gold, your neck spared, your fool father breathing. A deal's a deal." "I was desperate," she snapped, her voice rising. "You tricked me, took advantage when I had no choice." "Tricked?" it sneered, leaning forward. "You said yes, clear as day. No tricks, just trade. But," its grin widened, its eyes narrowing to slits, "I'm fair, see? I'll give you a chance. 3 nights to guess my name. Get it right, and the brat stays. Get it wrong, and he's mine forever. Deal?" Lena's mind raced, panic clawing at her. A name? She didn't even know what it was. Demon, spirit, something older than the hills. But Elias's soft breathing behind her steadied her, and she nodded, her jaw tight. "Deal," she said, the word bitter on her tongue. 3 nights. The creature cackled, its laughter echoing off the walls. "Good. Start now, then. What's your guess?" She stared at it, her thoughts a jumble. A name. Any name. Tom, she said, grasping at the first that came to mind, a common name from the village. It snorted, hopping in a circle. Tom, dull as dirt. Wrong, girl. 2 nights left. It vanished, melting into the shadows, and the lamp flared back to life, its light steady once more. Lena sank beside the cradle, her hands shaking as she touched Elias's face. He slept on, oblivious, and she pressed her forehead to the wood, tears slipping down her cheeks. A name. She had to find its name. But how? She couldn't leave the keep, couldn't risk Gavrick's wrath or the creature's return. She needed help. By morning, she'd formed a plan. She called for Mira, a young maid who'd come with her from Thornwick, a girl of 16, quick and quiet, with eyes that saw more than she let on. Mira slipped into the chamber, her apron smudged, her dark braid swinging. My lady, she said, her voice soft. Lena pulled her close, whispering so the walls wouldn't hear. Mira, I need you to do something secret. There's a thing, a creature, after Elias. It's given me 3 nights to guess its name. I need you to go out. Listen, ask, search the village, the hills, anywhere. Find a clue. Please. Mira's eyes widened, but she didn't flinch. A creature, like in the old tales? She nodded, her jaw set. I'll go, my lady. I'll find something. I swear it. Lena pressed a copper coin into her hand, one of the few she'd kept from her mending days. Be careful. Tell no one what it's for. Come back before nightfall. Mira slipped out, and Lena spent the day pacing, her nerves raw. She stayed by Elias, singing to him, her voice a thread of calm against the storm inside. Gavrick was gone, off to some trade meeting, and the keep felt emptier, its silence a weight. Dusk fell, and Mira returned, her face flushed, her breath quick. Nothing clear, my lady, she said, her voice low. I asked the shepherds, the old women. Nothing about a creature with a name, but there's talk of strange lights in the woods, near the old quarry. I'll go there tomorrow. Lena nodded, her hope thinning. Thank you, Mira. Be quick tomorrow. Night came, and so did the creature. It appeared as the lamp dimmed, its claws tapping the floor, its grin sharp. Second night, girl, it said, leaning over the cradle. Guess. Lena's hands clenched, her mind grasping at scraps. Grimble? She said, pulling a name from a childhood tale. It laughed, a high, mocking sound. Grimble? A goblin's pet, maybe. Wrong again. 1 night left. It vanished, and Lena sank down, her head in her hands. Elias stirred, a soft whimper, and she rocked him, her tears falling onto his blanket. The next day dragged, each hour a knife's edge. Mira left at dawn, her steps swift, and Lena waited, her eyes on the cradle, her heart pounding. The keep buzzed with servants, but she barely heard them. Her world was Elias, the lamp, the ticking time. Mira returned as the sun dipped low, her face pale, but her eyes bright. The quarry, she whispered, pulling Lena aside. I saw nothing, but I heard singing, faint, on the wind. Couldn't catch it all, just bits. Something about dancing in the dark. I'll go back tonight, get closer. Lena gripped her arm, hope flaring. No, it's too dangerous. Tell me what you heard, every word. Mira frowned, thinking. Just dancing in the dark, gold in my hand. That's all. Lena nodded, her mind racing. It wasn't enough. Not yet. Night fell, and the creature returned, its presence a cold snap in the air. It stood by the cradle, its claws inches from Elias, its grin triumphant. Last night, girl, it said. Guess, or he's mine. She took a breath, steadying herself, and tried a name born of Mira's words. Thorn? She said, her voice firm despite the tremble in her chest. It paused, its eyes narrowing, then laughed, a wild, shrieking sound. Thorn? Close, but no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It leaned closer, its breath icy on her face. Tomorrow, I take him. Sleep well, girl. It vanished, and Lena collapsed, her sob echoing in the empty room. One night gone, two guesses failed, and the third loomed. Elias slept, his tiny chest rising and falling, and Lena clutched the cradle, her resolve hardening. She had one day left, one chance. Mira would go again, and this time they'd find it. They had to. The dawn broke gray and heavy over the keep, its light seeping through the narrow window like a reluctant guest. Lena hadn't slept. Her eyes burned, red-rimmed from tears and exhaustion, but she sat by Elias's cradle, her hand resting on his tiny chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breath. He was peaceful, oblivious to the shadow that hung over him, his dark lashes fanned against his cheeks, his small best curled near his mouth. She watched him, her heart a knot of love and fear, and whispered a promise into the stillness. I won't let him take you. I'll find a way. The creature's words gnawed at her. Tomorrow I take him. One night left, one guess, and she'd failed twice already. Tom, Grimble, Thorn, none had been right, and each miss had sharpened the creature's glee, its claws inching closer to her son. Mira's clues, lights in the woods, a snatch of song about dancing in the dark, were all she had. Fragile threads in a tangle of desperation. She needed more, and she needed it now. Mira slipped into the chamber as the keep stirred, her face pale but determined, her braid frayed from the wind. She knelt beside Lena, her voice a hushed rush. I'll go back, my lady, to the quarry. Last night I was too far, but I'll get closer this time. That singing, it's got to mean something. Lena gripped her arm, her fingers tight. It's too risky, Mira. If it sees you, if it knows we're searching, I'll be careful, Mira cut in, her eyes fierce. I'll hide, listen, come back before dark. We've no time to waste, my lady. That thing's coming tonight, isn't it? Lena nodded, her throat tight. Yes, tonight's the last chance. But if anything happens to you, it won't, Mira said, forcing a smile. I'm quick and I know the woods. Trust me. She stood, brushing her apron, and slipped out before Lena could argue further, her footsteps fading down the corridor. The day crawled by, each hour a weight pressing on Lena's chest. She stayed with Elias, rocking his cradle, her mind racing through names. Old ones from tales, strange ones from dreams, but none felt right. The keep buzzed around her, servants clattering in the kitchens, Gavrick's voice barking orders somewhere below, but it was distant, a hum she barely registered. Her world was this room, this child, this lamp that burned on, its flames steady and mocking. She clutched the edge of the cradle, her lips moving in silent pleas. To her mother, to the gods, to anyone who'd listen, the sun dipped low, painting the sky a bruised purple, and Mira returned, breathless and wild-eyed. She burst into the chamber, shutting the door behind her, her hands trembling as she grabbed Lena's arm. I heard it, she gasped, her voice low and urgent. Clear this time, in the quarry, by the old stones. A song, my lady, a queer little tune. I hid in the brambles, and it came on the wind, singing, like it was dancing. Lena's heart leaped, hope flaring sharp and fragile. What did it say? Tell me, every word. Mira closed her eyes, her brow furrowing as she recalled it. It was, dancing through the dark, I weave my thread so fine. Gold from rags I spin, ribbon stitch is mine. Over and over, like a chant. Then it laughed and went quiet. I didn't see it, just the voice. Ribbon stitch, Lena repeated, the name rolling off her tongue, strange and sharp. It felt alive, a stitch in the fabric of her fear, pulling tight. Ribbon stitch, that's it. Mira, that's his name. Mira's eyes widened, a grin breaking through her exhaustion. You think so? It fits. Sounds like something old and twisted, doesn't it? Lena nodded, her pulse racing. It does. Riven, torn apart, like the rags. Stitch, like he sews them back into gold. It's him. She stood, her hands steady for the first time in days, and pulled Mira into a quick, fierce hug. You've saved us. Go. Rest. Stay safe. I'll face him tonight. Mira hesitated, then nodded, slipping out with a whispered, Good luck, my lady. The door clicked shut, and Lena turned to Elias, her resolve hardening like iron. Riven Stitch. She had his name. She was sure of it. The song, the wind, the quarry, it all pointed to this. She lifted Elias from the cradle, holding him close, his warmth a shield against the cold dread that lingered. We're almost free, she murmured, kissing his forehead. Almost. Night fell, heavy and silent, the keep settling into its uneasy slumber. Lena sat by the cradle, Elias back in its embrace, her eyes fixed on the lamp as its flame dipped low. The air shivered, the shadows twisted, and the creature appeared. Riven Stitch, though she hadn't named him yet. He stood by the table, his small form hunched, his claws gleaming, his grin a slash of triumph. Third night, girl, he rasped, his voice cutting through the stillness. Last chance. Guess my name, or the brat's mine. Go on, try your luck. Lena stood, her back straight, her hands steady at her sides. She met his gaze, those coin-bright eyes that had haunted her for a year, and felt a calm settle over her, a certainty born of Mira's courage, of Elias's trust, of her own unbroken will. She took a breath, her voice clear and firm, and spoke the name like a weapon. Riven Stitch. The creature froze, its grin faltering, its eyes widening to saucers. For a heartbeat, the room was silent, the lamp's flame still as death. Then he shrieked, a high, piercing wail that rattled the walls, his claws slashing the air. No, he screamed, hopping in a frantic circle. How? Who told you? Who? He stomped, his foot cracking the stone floor, a fissure spider-webbing out from the impact. Lena stepped forward, her voice rising over his rage. I heard it, Riven Stitch. Your song, your pride. You couldn't keep it hidden. You're beaten. Leave us, now. He spun to face her, his face twisted with fury, his claws outstretched. Heard it? Impossible! No one! No one! He lunged, a blur of motion, but stopped short, inches from the cradle, as if an invisible wall held him back. His eyes darted to Elias, then to Lena, and a snarl tore from his throat. You think you've won? He hissed, his voice venomous. You've tricked me, girl, but I don't forget. I'll... He cut off, his body trembling, and then he laughed, a wild, broken sound that chilled her blood. You've got your brat, he spat, backing toward the shadows. For now, but names have power, and I've got yours too. He stomped again, the crack in the floor widening, and with a final, ear-splitting shriek, he dissolved, his form collapsing into a swirl of black smoke that spiraled up and vanished, leaving the room silent once more. Lena staggered, her knees buckling, and caught herself on the cradle. Elias stirred, a soft cry breaking the stillness, and she lifted him, clutching him to her chest as the tears streamed down her face. You're safe, she whispered, rocking him, her voice shaking with relief. You're safe. The lamp flared back to life, its light warm and steady, and she sank to the floor, holding her son, the weight of victory heavy but sweet. The keep slept on, unaware, but Lena felt the shift. The shadow lifted, the promise broken. She'd won, not with gold or strength, but with a name, a song, a maid's bravery. Riven Stitch was gone. For now, he'd said, and that lingered, a thread of unease she couldn't cut. But Elias was hers, and that was enough. She kissed his forehead, his cries fading to soft breaths, and looked at the lamp, its flame a quiet witness to her triumph. Morning came, and Mira crept in, her eyes wide with hope. Did it work, my lady? She asked, kneeling beside her. Lena smiled, weary but true. It worked. Riven Stitch. He's gone. You saved us, Mira. Thank you. Mira grinned, tears glinting in her eyes. We did it together. The day stretched ahead, the keep waking to its usual clamor, but Lena held Elias close, the lamp burning on. She'd faced the dark and won, but the creature's parting words echoed. I don't forget. She pushed them down, burying them deep, and focused on her son, her anchor. The gold was gone, the rags a memory, but she had what mattered. For now, that was victory enough. The morning after Riven Stitch's defeat dawned soft and quiet, a pale light filtering through the keep's narrow window, casting gentle shadows across the stone floor. Lena sat by the cradle, Elias nestled in her arms, his small face peaceful in sleep. The oil lamp burned on the table, its flame steady and warm, a silent sentinel that had witnessed her terror and her triumph. She hadn't moved since the creature vanished, her body heavy with exhaustion, her mind still reeling from the night's victory. The cracked floor beneath her feet, split by Riven Stitch's furious stomp, lay as proof it had been real, not a dream, and she traced its jagged edge with her eyes, a reminder of how close she'd come to losing everything. Mira had left at first light, slipping out to fetch water and bread, her whispered promise to return hanging in the air. Lena didn't mind the solitude. It gave her space to breathe, to feel the weight of what she'd done. She'd faced a creature from the shadows, outwitted it with a name carried on the wind, and kept her son safe. Her hands, once trembling with fear, now held Elias with a quiet strength, and she brushed a finger over his cheek, marveling at the softness of his skin, the trust in his stillness. "You're mine," she murmured, her voice a vow. "No one will take you from me." The keep stirred around her, its daily rhythm creeping in. Servants' footsteps in the halls, the clatter of pots from the kitchen, the distant bark of Gavrick's voice. He'd returned late, oblivious to the night's battle, and Lena was glad for it. His greed had set this chain in motion, but he'd never understand the cost or the victory. She'd keep it that way. The golden cloth was a memory, the creature gone, and she'd let him think her gift had faded, a fluke he couldn't reclaim. Elias was her secret, her treasure, and she'd guard him from the keep's cold grasp as fiercely as she'd guarded him from riven stitch. Mira returned as the sun climbed higher, a loaf of coarse bread and a jug of water in her hands. She set them on the table, her eyes bright with relief, and knelt beside Lena. "He's really gone, isn't he?" she asked, her voice soft. "I keep thinking I'll hear that laugh again." Lena nodded, shifting Elias to her shoulder. "He's gone, for now. He said he wouldn't forget, but he's lost his hold. We beat him, Mira. You and me." Mira smiled, a rare, full grin that lit her young face. "You did most of it, my lady. I just listened to the wind." "You found his name," Lena said, her tone firm. "That's more than listening. You're braver than half the soldiers in this keep." She tore the bread, handing half to Mira, and they ate in silence, the simple meal a quiet celebration of survival. Elias stirred, his eyes fluttering open, and Lena rocked him gently, her heart swelling as he cooed, a sound that erased the last echoes of riven stitches' shrieks. The days that followed settled into a fragile peace. Gavris, distracted by new schemes, left Lena alone, his interest in her talent dulled by its absence. She moved through the keep with Elias, a shadow among the bustle, her presence unremarkable, but her resolve unshaken. Tobin emerged from his room, his hand steadier now, and took to sitting with her, whittling small toys for Sias. Wooden sheep, rough-hewn horses, his way of mending the rift his boast had torn. They didn't speak of it, not directly, but his quiet company was enough. A stitch in the fabric of their fractured bond. The lamp stayed with her, a fixture in her chamber, its flame burning night after night without need for oil. She didn't question it, didn't dare snuff it out. It had been there through the rags, the gold, the creature's bargains, and now it stood as a symbol, a light she couldn't let fade. She'd sit by it in the evenings, Elias in her lap, and tell him stories, not of kings or gold, but of courage, of a girl who'd faced the dark and won. He'd gurgle, his tiny hands reaching for the flame, and she'd smile, pulling him back, her voice a steady thread weaving their future. Thornwick heard the tale, too. Mira, despite Lena's caution, couldn't keep it all in. Bits slipped out, whispered over wells and hearths, growing into a legend. Lena Goldthread, they called her, a name born of the golden cloth and her quiet strength. The villagers nodded when she passed, their eyes warm with something like pride, and children ran up, asking if she'd really fought a demon. She'd laugh, soft and low, and say, "Not a demon, just a trickster who lost his game." They'd scamper off, awed, and the story spread, a thread of hope in a hard land. But the peace wasn't perfect. Some nights, when the wind howled through the hills, Lena heard it, a faint, distant sound, like a voice carried from the quarry. Not words, not the song, just a whisper, sharp and cold, that made the lamp flicker. She'd hold Elias closer, her eyes on the flame, and wonder. "I don't forget," Rivenstitch had said, and though his power over her was broken, his presence lingered, a shadow she couldn't banish. She didn't fear him, not as she had, but she watched, wary, the name a weapon she kept sharp in her mind. Years passed, and Elias grew, tall for his age, with his mother's dark eyes and a laugh that filled the keep's cold halls. Lena taught him to sew, her nimble hands guiding his, and he took to it with a quiet focus, stitching patches for the servants' cloaks. Gavrick aged, his greed tempered by time, and though he never softened, he left them be, his attention on his coffers and his crumbling pride. Tobin grew frail, his whittling slower, but he lived to see Elias run through the courtyard, a small victory over the past. One evening, as autumn painted the hills gold and red, Lena sat by the lamp, Elias asleep beside her, his latest stitching, a tiny sheep, clutched in his hand. The wind rattled the window, and she heard it again, that whisper, clearer now, a single word. "Lena." The lamp flared, its flame leaping high, and she stood, her heart thudding. She crossed to the window, peering into the dark, but saw nothing, just the hills, the trees, the endless night. The whisper faded, and the flame settled, but she felt it, a presence, watching, waiting. She returned to Elias, smoothing his hair, and sat by the lamp, its light a steady glow. "Let him watch," she murmured, her voice firm. "He's got no power here." She didn't know if Rivenstitch lingered in the quarry, in the wind, or in some deeper shadow, but she knew this. He'd lost. His name was hers, his bargain broken, and she'd built a life from the ashes of his game. Elias was safe, Tobin was safe, and she was stronger than she'd ever been. The keep endured, its walls unyielding, but Lena carved a space within it, a home, not of gold, but of warmth. The lamp burned on, a beacon through the nights, and she kept it lit, a promise to herself and her son. The village remembered her as Lena Goldthread, the woman who'd outsmarted the dark, and though she smiled at the name, she knew the truth. The real gold was in her arms, in the quiet moments, in the life she'd fought to keep. One night, years later, as Elias slept and the wind was still, Lena found a gift by the lamp, a single copper coin worn and familiar, the one she'd given Mira long ago. No note, no sign, just the coin, glinting in the light. She picked it up, a smile tugging at her lips, and tucked it into her pocket, a small mystery she didn't need to solve. The lamp flickered, warm and bright, and she leaned back, Elias's breathing a lullaby beside her. Riven stitch might linger, a whisper in the wind, but Lena didn't fear him. She'd faced him once and won, and she'd face him again if she had to. The flame endured, and so did she. A light in the dark, a mother, a survivor. Her story stitched into the fabric of Thornwick, glowing brighter than any gold. Story, the song beneath the waves. The sea stretched endless, and deep beneath a sky it could never touch. A world of shifting shadows and shimmering light where the currents sang their own wild songs. In its heart lay the kingdom of the merfolk, a realm of coral spires and pearl-strewn caves, where the water glowed with the soft pulse of life. It was a place of beauty, of grace, where the daughters of the sea danced with the tides, their tails flashing silver and green, their voices weaving melodies that could charm the fish from their hiding places or lure sailors to their doom. Among them was Mira, the youngest of 6 sisters, a mermaid whose eyes held the restless blue of the surface, and whose heart beat with a longing no ocean could drown. Mira was different, even among her kind. Her sisters delighted in the treasures of the deep, necklaces of shells, crowns of coral, the gleam of sunken gold. But she cared little for such things. Her tail, a delicate sweep of azure scales, shimmered as she swam, but it was her voice that set her apart, a sound so pure, so piercing, it could cut through the roar of a storm or still the wildest waves. The merfolk said it was a gift, a power born of the sea's own soul, and her sisters teased her for it, laughing as they twirled through the stick-hipped forests. "Sing for us, little Mira," they'd call, and she would, her notes rising like bubbles to the surface, a melody that made the water tremble. But Mira's heart wasn't in the deep. It belonged above, where the air was sharp and the sun burned bright, where creatures walked on legs instead of fins and lived lives she could only dream of. She'd heard the tales from her grandmother, an ancient mermaid with hair like sea moss and eyes clouded by time, tales of the human world, of its fleeting beauty and its endless skies. "They have souls," her grandmother would say, her voice a low hum. "We do not. When we die, we fade to foam, lost to the waves. But humans, they rise, they live forever, beyond the reach of the sea." Mira clung to those words, turning them over like pearls in her mind. A soul, something eternal, something the sea couldn't claim. She didn't understand it fully, but she wanted it, craved it with a hunger that grew sharper each time she swam to the surface. She'd linger there, hidden among the rocks, watching the ships that cut through the waves, great wooden beasts with sails like wings, carrying men who laughed and shouted and sang. Their voices were rough, unpolished, nothing like hers, but they stirred her, pulling at a thread deep within her she couldn't name. Her sisters didn't understand. "Why chase shadows, Mira?" they'd ask, their tails flicking as they combed their hair with shells. "The sea is our home. Everything we need is here. The land is dry, cruel. Humans don't belong to us, and we don't belong to them." She'd nod, smiling to appease them, but their words couldn't quench the fire in her chest. She wanted more, more than the endless blue, more than the fleeting dance of the tides. She wanted legs to walk the earth, a voice to speak with those above, a soul to carry her beyond the foam. It was a storm that changed everything. The day had been calm, the sea a mirror of the sky, when the winds rose, sudden and fierce, churning the water into a maelstrom of white and black. Mira was near the surface, chasing the glint of a ship's lantern, when the tempest struck. The vessel, a small fishing boat, tilted wildly, its sails snapping like broken bones, its crew shouting as the waves clawed at them. She watched, her heart pounding, as a young man clung to the mast, his dark hair plastered to his face, his voice rising above the roar. He was singing. It wasn't beautiful, not like hers, but it was raw, desperate, a threat of defiance against the storm. Hold fast, my heart. The sea won't win, he sang, his words ragged, carried by the wind. Through dark and deep, I'll see the sun again. The melody hooked into Mira, sharp and unshakable, and when a wave tore him from the mast, she didn't hesitate. She dove, her tail slicing through the churning water, and caught him as he sank, his body limp, his breath gone. He was heavier than she'd expected, his clothes sodden, his arms slack. She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him upward, her tail pumping against the current. His face was pale, his lips blue, but she saw the life in him, a flicker she couldn't let fade. She broke the surface, the storm raging around her, and held him above the waves. Her voice rising instinctively, she sang, a wordless, keening note that pierced the wind, willing him to breathe. His chest shuddered, a gasp breaking free, and his eyes fluttered open, dark and dazed, locking onto hers for a fleeting moment. She couldn't keep him there, not in the storm, not with her sister's warnings ringing in her ears. She swam to a rocky outcrop, a jagged spur jutting from the sea, and laid him there, his body safe above the waterline. He coughed, water spilling from his lungs, and she lingered, hidden behind the rocks, watching as he stirred. His voice came again, faint and broken. Hold fast, my heart. And it struck her like a harpoon. She knew then, with a certainty that burned through her, that she'd find him again. She'd walk for him, sing for him, claim the soul that could bind her to his world. The storm passed, leaving a sky streaked with gold, and Mira sank beneath the waves, her mind alight. She returned to the kingdom, her sisters none the wiser, but the encounter clung to her like salt on her skin. She saw him in her dreams, his face, his song, the way his eyes had met hers, and the longing grew, a tide she couldn't stem. Her sisters noticed her silence, her faraway gaze, and pressed her. What's wrong, Mira? They asked, their voices a chorus of concern. You're drifting from us. She shook her head, her hair floating like a halo. I'm fine, she lied, her smile thin. Just thinking. They didn't push, but their eyes lingered, wary, and she knew she couldn't tell them. They'd never understand. Not the pull of the surface, not the ache for a soul, not the man whose song had claimed her. Days turned to weeks, and Mira's resolve hardened. She swam to the edges of the kingdom, where the light faded and the water grew cold, seeking answers. The merfolk whispered of a sea witch, an ancient creature who dwelled in the black depths, her power as vast as her cruelty. She can grant wishes, they said, but her prices are steep. Beware, little one. Mira listened, her heart pounding, and knew what she had to do. She'd find the witch, trade whatever it took, and rise to the land. For the man, Elias, she named him in her mind, a name borrowed from his song, for the soul, for the life she craved. She slipped away one night, the kingdom asleep, its coral spires glowing faintly in the dark. Her sisters slumbered in their caves, their tails coiled, and she swam past them, her own tail a streak of blue in the gloom. The sea grew deeper, the pressure tightening around her, but she pressed on, her voice humming low, a song for courage, for the man she'd saved, for the dream she couldn't release. The surface called, its promise sharp and bright, and she followed it, down into the shadows where the witch waited. The kingdom faded behind her, its light swallowed by the abyss, and Mira swam on, her heart a drumbeat in her chest. She didn't know what lay ahead, what the witch would demand, what the land would cost, but she knew this. She'd heard his song, felt his breath, seen his eyes. She'd give anything to stand beside him, to trade her tail for legs, her voice for a chance. The sea was her home, but it wasn't enough. Not anymore. She wanted the sun, the air, the soul, and him. The deep closed around her, cold and vast, and Mira sang on, her melody a thread of light in the dark. The storm had brought her to him, and now the sea would carry her back, not as a mermaid, but as something more, something human. She'd pay the price, whatever it was, and rise to the world above, where his song still echoed, pulling her like the tide. The sea deepened as Mira descended, its embrace growing colder, heavier, a weight that pressed against her scales and slowed her tail's swift arc. The kingdom's shimmering spires were long, long gone, replaced by a vast inky blackness where the water hummed with a low, mournful note, a song of the deep, older than the merfolk, older than memory. She swam through it, her azure tail cutting a faint glow in the dark, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and resolve. The surface lingered in her mind, Elias's face, his ragged song, the promise of a soul. But it was the witch she sought now, the only one who could bridge the worlds she longed to join. The tales of the sea witch were whispered in hushed tones among the merfolk, passed from grandmother to granddaughter like a warning carved in coral. She lived beyond the kelp forests, in a chasm where the light never reached, surrounded by the bones of creatures too ancient to name. Her power is vast, Mira's grandmother had said, her voice trembling. But her heart is cruel. She grants wishes, yes, but she takes more than she gives. Stay away, little one. Mira hadn't listened. Not then, not now. The witch was her path, her price, and she'd pay it to walk beside Elias, to claim the soul that glittered just beyond her reach. The water grew still, the currents fading, and Mira felt the shift, a silence that wasn't empty, but watchful. Ahead, the chasm loomed, a jagged tear in the sea floor, its edges lined with twisted tributes, shipwrecked timbers, skulls of whales, strands of black tazao swaying like mourners. She slowed, her tail flicking, her breath shallow in the dense water. A faint glow pulsed from the depths, not the warm light of the kingdom, but a sickly green, cold and flickering, like the lure of an anglerfish. She steeled herself, her voice humming low, a thread of courage, and swam down into the witch's domain. The cave opened before her, its walls slick with slime, its floor a graveyard of bones and rusted steel. At its heart sat the witch, a figure both monstrous and mesmerizing. She was vast, her body a coiling mass of tentacles that sprawled across the stone, their tips twitching like restless snakes. Her skin was gray and mottled, her hair a tangle of eels that writhed with every move, and her eyes, huge, luminous, yellow as sulfur, fixed on Mira with a hunger that made her scales prickle. In her hands, she held a staff of coral, its end glowing with that eerie light. And when she smiled, her teeth were sharp, a crescent of menace. Well, well, the witch rasped, her voice a hiss that slithered through the water. A little fish, far from home. What brings you to my shadows, child of the sea? Mira floated before her, her tail steady despite the tremor in her chest. I want legs, she said, her voice clear, ringing like a bell in the gloom. To walk on land, to live among humans. I want a soul. The witch's laugh was a guttural roar, shaking the cave, sending bones clattering across the floor. Legs? A soul. Greedy, aren't you? She leaned forward, her tentacles curling closer, their suction cups glinting. You merfolk, always dreaming beyond your depths. I can give you what you seek, yes, but the sea doesn't yield its gifts for free. What will you pay? Mira's hands clenched, her nails digging into her palms. Anything, she said, the word a vow. Whatever it takes. The witch's eyes narrowed, her smile sharpening. Anything's a dangerous word, little fish. Let's be specific. She tapped her staff, and the water shimmered, forming a vision, a pair of legs, human and smooth, stepping across a sandy shore. I'll carve you a body for the land, she said. But your tail stays with me, and your voice, that sweet, deadly song of yours, I'll take it too. You'll walk, but you'll be mute, a silent shadow among them. Mira's breath caught, her hand flying to her throat, her voice, her gift, her power, the part of her that had called Elias back from death. She'd sung to him in the storm, her notes weaving life into his lungs, and now the witch wanted it, wanted to strip her bare. My voice, she whispered, the sound trembling. Without it, how will he know me? The witch shrugged, her eels snapping at the water. That's your burden, not mine. He'll see you, touch you, whether he knows you is your gamble. But there's more. She tapped the staff again, and the vision shifted. Elias, laughing with a human girl, their hands entwined. If he doesn't love you, truly love you, with a vow to bind your souls, you'll die. When the sun rises after his wedding day to another, you'll dissolve, foam on the waves, gone forever. Still wanted? Mira stared at the vision, her heart twisting. Elias, his dark eyes, his song, the way he'd looked at her in that fleeting moment. She'd saved him, felt him, and she couldn't let him go. Not to the sea, not to a life without her. The price was steep, the risk steeper, but the longing burned brighter than her fear. A soul, a chance, a love. She'd trade everything for it. She nodded, her voice firm despite the ache. Yes, I'll pay. The witch's grin widened, a predator's glee. Good, brave little fish. She rose, her tentacles unfurling, and swam closer, her staff glowing brighter. Come here then, let's cut the deal. Mira drifted forward, her tail trembling, and the witch seized her, one tentacle wrapping around her waist, cold and slick. Open your mouth, she commanded, and Mira obeyed, her lips parting. The witch raised a claw, sharp as a harpoon, and slashed, quick, precise, across Mira's throat. Pain seared through her, a white-hot agony that stole her breath, and she felt her voice tear free, a shimmering thread of sound pulled from her core. It floated up, a melody trapped in a bubble, and the witch caught it, sealing it in a vial of bone that hung from her neck. Mira clutched her throat, blood clouding the water, but no sound came. Her song was gone, her silence absolute. The witch laughed, low and triumphant, and raised her staff. Now the rest, she said, and the green light flared, enveloping Mira. Her tail burned, splitting, reshaping, bones forming, flesh stretching, scales melting into skin. She screamed or tried to, the pain a silent torment as her body twisted, human legs emerging where her tail had been. The water rejected her, its embrace turning hostile, and she thrashed, sinking, her new limbs clumsy and weak. Go, the witch hissed, releasing her. Swim up or drown, your land awaits. She waved her staff, and a current surged, hurling Mira upward, through the chasm, past the bones and Dazao, toward the surface. Her lungs burned, her legs kicked feebly, and she broke through, gasping air for the first time, the storm of her transformation fading into the night. She washed ashore on a sandy beach, the waves lapping at her new feet, each step a stab of pain, like walking on shards of glass. Just as the witch had promised, she collapsed, naked and shivering, her voice gone, her body alien but alive. The moon hung low, its light silver on the sand, and she heard voices, human voices, drawing near. A figure emerged from the dunes, tall and dark-haired, his eyes wide as he knelt beside her. It was Elias. Gods above, he muttered, his voice rough with shock. Who are you? Where'd you come from? He shrugged off his cloak, wrapping it around her, and lifted her gently, his arms strong and warm. She couldn't speak, couldn't tell him. I'm the one who saved you, the one who sang. But she looked into his eyes, searching for recognition. He frowned, gentle but puzzled, and carried her toward a cluster of huts, calling for help. Poor thing, he said more to himself. A girl from the sea, washed up like driftwood. Mira clung to him, her silent lips trembling, her legs aching with every jolt. He didn't know her, not yet, but he was here, real, his song still echoing in her mind. She'd paid the price, lost her voice, her tail, her sea, and now she was on land, mute and fragile, with a chance to win him. The witch's warning hung over her. If he doesn't love you, you'll die. But she pushed it down, her heart fixed on Elias, on the soul she'd chase to her last breath. The village lights glowed ahead, the sea whispering behind, and Mira steeled herself, her silent vow as strong as the waves. She'd walk, she'd fight, she'd love, and if it came to it, she'd fade, but not without trying. The village of Saltmere clung to the edge of the land like a barnacle to a rock, its huts weathered by salt and wind, its people hardened by the sea's relentless pull. It was a small place, a handful of fishermen and their families, their lives woven with nets and tides, their songs carried on the breeze that swept from the shore. Mira woke in one of those huts, her body aching on a straw pallet, the rough weave of Elias's cloak still wrapped around her. Her legs, new, human, fragile, throbbed with every breath, each pulse a reminder of the witch's price, a stab of pain like glass beneath her feet, a silent throat where her song once lived. Elias sat across the room, tending a small fire, his dark hair falling over his brow as he poked at the coals. He'd brought her here the night before, his voice soft with concern as he called her the girl from the sea, a name that stuck among the villagers who'd gathered to gawk. She watched him now, her heart a tangled knot of hope and longing. He was real, taller than she'd imagined, his hands rough from work, his eyes deep and searching. And she knew him, even if he didn't know her. She'd saved him, sung him back from the storm, and now she was here, mute and broken, to claim the love she'd traded everything for. He glanced up, catching her stare, and offered a small, crooked smile. "You're awake," he said, his voice warm but puzzled. "Feeling better? You gave us a scare, washing up like that. Can you tell me your name?" Mira opened her mouth, instinct urging her to sing, to spill the truth. "I'm Mira, the one who pulled you from the waves." But no sound came. Her throat tightened, the silence a wound, and she shook her head, her hands trembling as she touched her lips. Elias frowned, leaning closer, his brow furrowing. "Can't speak. Poor thing. Must have been a shipwreck or worse. Don't worry, you're safe here." Safe. The word was kind, but it cut her deeper than the pain in her legs. She nodded, forcing a smile, and he stood, brushing his hands on his trousers. "Rest up," he said. "I'll fetch some broth. You're staying with me till we figure this out." He left, the door creaking shut, and Mira sank back, her silent tears soaking the straw. He didn't know her, not her face, not her voice, and she couldn't tell him. Her love was a song he'd never hear. The days that followed were a dance of agony and hope. Mira learned to walk, each step a torment she hid behind a trembling smile, her legs wobbling like a newborn foal's. Elias was patient, steadying her when she stumbled, his touch gentle but distant. He named her Celine, after the moon that had lit her arrival, and she accepted it, her true name locked in her silence. He cared for her, fed her fish stew, gave her a corner of his hut, taught her the village's rhythms. But it was pity, not love, that colored his eyes. She saw it, felt it, and it gnawed at her, a quiet despair beneath her resolve. She tried to reach him, to bridge the gulf her silence built. She'd sit by him as he mended nets, her fingers mimicking his, weaving knots with a grace that surprised him. "You're quick," he'd say, grinning, and she'd beam, her heart leaping at the warmth in his voice. At night, when the village gathered by the fire, she'd dance, barefoot on the sand, her steps faltering but fierce, the pain a secret she buried deep. The villagers clapped, awed by her strange elegance, and Elias watched, his gaze softening. But it wasn't enough. He didn't see her, not the way she needed him to. Then came Lila. She arrived on a crisp morning, her cart rattling into Saltmere with a load of wool from the inland hills. Lila was human, fully, effortlessly so. Her hair a cascade of auburn, her laugh bright as bells, her voice a melody that carried over the waves. She was a trader's daughter, bold and warm, and the village welcomed her, their chatter rising as she unpacked her goods. Mira saw her from the hut's doorway, her heart sinking as Elias crossed the sand to greet her, his smile wider than she'd ever seen. "You're back early," he said, taking a bundle from her cart. "Thought you'd be gone till winter." Lila laughed, tossing her hair. "Missed the sea, I suppose. And you lot. Can't leave you to your nets forever." Her eyes sparkled, and Elias laughed too, a sound that stabbed Mira like a harpoon. She watched, her hands clenched, as Lila sang, a simple tune about the wind and the shore, her voice rich and clear. It wasn't Mira's, not the piercing, otherworldly song that had saved him, but it was close, a shadow of it. And Elias froze, his face shifting with the flicker of memory. "That song," he murmured, his voice low. "I've heard it somewhere." Lila shrugged, smiling. "Just an old one my ma taught me. Why, you like it?" He nodded, dazed. And Mira's world tilted. She knew that look. He was hearing her song, the one she'd sung in the storm. But he saw it in Lila, not her. She stepped forward, her legs screaming, and tried to dance, spinning toward him, her arms outstretched, a silent plea. But the sand shifted and she fell, a cry trapped in her throat. Elias rushed to her, lifting her gently, but his eyes drifted back to Lila, and Mira saw the truth. He was slipping away. The weeks that followed were a slow unraveling. Lila stayed, her cart a fixture in the village, her presence a constant hum. She and Elias grew close, fishing together, sharing stories by the fire, their laughter a duet that drowned Mira's silence. Mira watched, her heart breaking with every glance he gave Lila. Every note Lila sang. She danced harder, her feet bleeding into the sand, her smiles brighter, desperate to hold him. But the pain in her legs mirrored the pain in her chest, sharp, relentless, unyielding. The village noticed, whispering among themselves. "Celine's fond of him," they'd say, pity in their tones. "Poor mute girl, doesn't stand a chance against Lila." Mira heard, and it fueled her, pushing her to try more. She'd sit by Elias at night, her hand brushing his, her eyes pleading, but he'd pat her shoulder, kind but absent, his thoughts on Lila. She couldn't speak, couldn't sing, couldn't tell him, "I'm the one, I saved you." And the witch's warning loomed larger, a shadow over her every step. "If he doesn't love you, you'll die." The breaking point came on a moonlit night, the sea calm, the village gathered for a feast. Lila sang, her voice soaring, and Elias joined her, their harmony a knife in Mira's soul. She rose, her legs trembling, and danced, wild, fierce, a storm of motion that silenced the crowd. Her feet bled, her body screamed, but she spun, her arms reaching for him, her eyes locked on his. The villagers gasped, awed, and Elias stood, his face torn, Admiration, confusion, something deeper, but Lila took his hand, pulling him back, and he turned away. Mira fell, her strength gone, and he didn't come to her. A fisherman lifted her, carrying her to the hut, and she lay there, her silent sobs shaking her frame. She'd given everything, her voice, her tale, her sea, and it wasn't enough. Elias loved Lila, or thought he did, and the truth burned. He'd never know her, never hear her song, never see the mermaid who'd traded her world for his. The next day, the village buzzed with news. Elias and Lila would wed, a union set for the week's end. Mira heard, her heart a hollow shell, and stumbled to the shore, her legs buckling beneath her. The sea stretched before her, vast and unforgiving, and she felt the witch's curse tighten. When the sun rises after his wedding day, you'll dissolve. She had days left, days to watch him slip away, days to face her end. She sat there, the waves lapping at her bleeding feet, and wept without sound. Elias was hers, her savior, her song, her soul, and yet he wasn't. Lila's voice filled the air behind her, a melody he'd chosen, and Mira's silence was her prison. She'd danced, she'd fought, she'd loved, and it had led her here, to a shore she couldn't call home, to a love she couldn't claim, to a death she couldn't escape. The sea whispered, calling her back, but she stayed, her eyes on the horizon, her heart breaking with every beat. The wedding loomed, and with it, her fate. The days before the wedding passed in a haze of salt and silence, each one a thread unraveling Mira's fragile hope. Saltmere buzzed with preparations, nets strung with shells, fires built high on the shore, laughter spilling from every hut as the village readied itself for Elias and Lila's union. Mira drifted through it, a ghost among the living, her legs a constant ache, her throat a locked cage where her song once soared. She'd lost him, not to the sea, not to the storm, but to a human girl with a voice that echoed her own, a shadow of the melody she'd sung to save him. The witch's curse hung over her like a shroud. When the sun rises after his wedding day, you'll dissolve, foam on the waves. She stayed close to Elias, as close as she dared, her silent presence a plea he couldn't hear. He was kind, always kind, helping her stand when her legs faltered, sharing fish stew by the fire, his crooked smile a balm and a blade. "You're strong, Celine," he'd say, his voice gentle, and she'd nod, her eyes burning with unshed tears. He didn't see her, not the mermaid who'd pulled him from the deep, not the soul who'd traded everything for him. Lila was his light now, her laughter filling the spaces Mira's silence couldn't, her song binding him where Mira's dance had failed. The night before the wedding, the village glowed with torchlight, the air thick with the scent of roasted fish and wildflowers. Mira sat apart, on a dune overlooking the shore, her bleeding feet buried in the sand, her cloak, Elias's cloak, wrapped tight around her. Below, the feast unfolded, Lila singing, her voice a golden thread weaving through the crowd. Elias beside her, his eyes alight with a joy that pierced Mira's heart. She watched, her hands clenched, her body trembling with the pain of her legs and the deeper pain of her loss. She'd given her voice, her tale, her sea, and it wasn't enough. He'd marry Lila at dawn, and she'd fade, her love unclaimed, her soul unearned. The sea called to her, its whispers rising with the tide. And she turned to it, the waves glinting under the moon. She could feel it, the pull of the deep, the promise of release. But she couldn't go back, not as she was. Her tail was gone, her voice stolen, and the witch's bargain held her fast. She was trapped, a creature of neither world, her end rushing toward her with the inevitability of the sunrise. She pressed her hands to her face, her silent sobs shaking her, when a ripple broke the water's surface, a shimmer of scales, a flash of silver. Her sisters emerged, 5 figures rising from the waves, their tails gleaming, their faces pale with grief. They swam to the shallows, their hair streaming like seaweed, and the eldest, Saria, held up a dagger, a blade of pearl and bone, its edge sharp and gleaming, stained with dark streak. Mira, Saria called, her voice breaking. We've come for you. Mira stumbled to the water's edge, her legs screaming, her heart pounding. How? She mouthed, her hands gesturing, her silence a wall between them. Saria's eyes filled with tears, her tail flicking the waves. The witch, she took your voice, but we begged her. We gave our blood, cut ourselves with this blade, to win it back. It's yours, Mira. Kill the man before dawn, let his blood touch the sea, and you'll be one of us again. Your tail will return, your voice with it. You'll live. Mira stared at the dagger, its pearl hilt cold in Saria's grasp, the bloodstains a testament to her sister's sacrifice. She reached for it, her fingers trembling, and took it, the weight heavy in her hand. Elias? She gestured, her eyes wide, her silent question clear. Yes, Saria said, her voice a sob. His life for yours. The witch demands it. Blood for blood. Hurry, Mira, the sun's not far. We can't lose you to the foam. Her sisters nodded, their faces etched with sorrow, and they sank back, their tails vanishing beneath the waves, leaving her alone with the blade and the choice. She clutched the dagger, its edge biting her palm, and turned back to the village. The feast was winding down, the fires dying to embers, the villagers drifting to their huts. Elias and Lila stood by a tent, pitched for the wedding, their hands linked, their laughter soft in the night. Mira watched, her breath shallow, and crept closer, her legs a torment she ignored. The tent glowed with lantern light, its flap open, and she slipped inside, the dagger hidden beneath her cloak. Elias lay on a pallet, asleep, his chest rising and falling, his face peaceful under the moon's glow. Lila was gone, fetching water, perhaps, or resting elsewhere, and he was alone, vulnerable, the man she'd loved since the storm. Mira knelt beside him, her hands shaking, the dagger glinting as she raised it. His song echoed in her mind. Hold fast, my heart. The sea won't win. And she saw him as he'd been, sinking, dying, alive again because of her. She'd saved him then, given him breath, and now she held his death in her hands. The blade hovered, its tip inches from his chest, and she froze. His face, strong, kind, unknowing, stared back at her in sleep, and she saw the life he'd built, the love he'd found with Lila, the future she couldn't share. She could kill him, spill his blood, reclaim her tail, swim home to the sea. But what then? A life without him? A song without meaning? A soul still lost? The witch's price had taken her voice, her legs, her world, and this was the final cut. To take his life for hers, to trade love for survival. Tears streamed down her face, silent and hot, and she lowered the dagger, her resolve crumbling. She couldn't do it. Not to him, not to the man who'd sung through a storm, who'd carried her from the shore, who'd given her a name when she had none. She loved him, truly, deeply, and that love was her undoing. The blade slipped from her hand, clattering to the sand, and she stood, her legs buckling as she stumbled out, away from the tent, toward the sea. The village slept, the horizon graying with the first hint of dawn, and Mira reached the water's edge, the waves lapping at her feet. Her sisters rose again, their eyes wide with hope, but it faded as they saw her empty hands, the dagger gone. Mira, no, Saria cried, reaching for her. But Mira shook her head, her smile faint. Resigned, she stepped deeper, the sea cold against her legs, and felt the curse tighten. Her time was up. The sun broke the horizon, a slash of gold across the sky, and Mira's body shuddered. Pain flared, then softened, her legs dissolving beneath her, her form unraveling into white foam that spread across the waves. She didn't fight it, didn't scream, couldn't scream, just let go. Her eyes on the shore where Elias slept, safe and alive. The sea took her sister's wails echoing as she faded, her love a silent offering, swallowed by the tide. Elias woke to Lila's voice, the wedding unfolding in a blur of joy he'd never know was shadowed. The villagers danced, the sea sparkled, and no one saw the foam that lingered longer than it should, a whisper of something lost. Mira was gone, her choice made, not to kill, but to love, to let him live, even as she died. The dagger lay buried in the sand, a secret the sea kept, and the waves rolled on, carrying her away. But it wasn't the end. Not quite. The dawn that claimed Mira broke over Saltmere in a blaze of gold, painting the sea with light as the village stirred to life. The wedding unfolded on the shore, a simple affair of woven nets and wildflowers. Elias and Lila standing hand in hand as the waves whispered their approval. Laughter rang out, cups clinked, and the villagers sang rough, joyful tunes that mingled with Lila's sweet melody, a harmony that carried over the water. No one noticed the foam that lingered longer than it should, a faint shimmer on the tide, or the way the wind seemed to sigh, a sound too soft to catch. Mira was gone, dissolved into the sea she'd left behind, her choice a silent hymn no one would ever hear. Beneath the waves, her sisters wept, their voices rising in a mournful chorus that shook the deep. They'd swum to the shore as she faded, their hands reaching, their cries swallowed by the surf. But she'd slipped through their grasp, her form unraveling into white foam that danced on the water's surface. Saria clutched the dagger, the pearl blade stained with their blood, now useless, and sank back to the kingdom, her tail a streak of silver in the dark. She chose him, she murmured, her voice breaking, and the others nodded, their tears lost to the sea. They mourned her, a sister lost to a love they couldn't fathom. And the deep grew quieter, its songs dimmed by her absence. But Mira's story didn't end with the foam, not entirely. As the sun climbed higher, the foam lifted, rising from the waves in a shimmer of mist, a breath of the sea caught by the wind. It didn't sink or fade as it should have. Instead, it drifted upward, a faint, translucent wisp that hovered between water and sky. Mira felt it, a shift, a lightness, her essence no longer bound to the tide, but free, formless, a whisper in the air. She wasn't flesh, wasn't tail or legs, wasn't even a voice, just a presence, a daughter of the wind, as the old tales called those who'd loved and lost beyond the sea's grasp. She lingered there, above Saltmere, her sight boundless, her senses sharp in a way they'd never been. She saw Elias, his dark hair tousled by the breeze, his smile bright as he lifted Lila in a dance, their joy a tableau she couldn't touch. She saw the village, its huts and nets, its people moving through a day that held no trace of her. She saw the sea, vast and indifferent, rolling on as if she'd never left, and she felt no pain now, no weight, just a quiet ache, a love that lingered like salt on her vanished lips. Time blurred for her, days folding into years, the wind her home, the sky her sea. She watched Elias and Lila build a life. Huts became a house. A child came, then another, their laughter echoing over the shore. She saw him fish, his hands steady on the nets, his voice humming the song she'd once sung. Hold fast, my heart, the sea won't win. And she wondered if he felt her, a ghost in the tune he'd never place. Lila sang too, her melody a thread in their days, and Mira listened, her silence a companion to their harmony. She didn't hate them, couldn't hate them. Not Elias, who'd been her light, not Lila, who'd taken it without knowing. The village grew, its edges softening with time, its people changing as generations passed. Elias aged, his hair graying, his steps slowing, and Mira stayed, a constant in the wind that brushed his face. She saw him sit by the sea in his later years, his eyes on the horizon, a frown creasing his brow as if he sensed something, a memory he couldn't grasp, a song he couldn't hear. That girl from the sea, he'd mutter once, his voice low, and Mira hovered closer, her essence trembling. But he shook his head, dismissing it as an old man's fancy. When Elias died, a quiet passing on a winter night, Mira was there. She saw Lila weep, their children grown and grieving. The village gathered to lay him in the sand, the sea lapping at his grave. She felt no triumph, no relief, just a hollow ache, a love that had carried her through her end and beyond. The wind sighed as they buried him, a sound the villagers didn't mark, and she stayed, a guardian of a memory he'd never known. Centuries turned, the village becoming a town, then a port, its shore lined with ships that dwarfed the boats Mira had once watched. The sea remained, eternal and unyielding, and she drifted with it, a wisp of air that moved between land and water. She saw sailors now, their voices rough like Elias's, their songs carried on the wind. She rode, and sometimes, rarely but enough, she sang back, her lost voice a faint echo woven into the gusts. a melody no human could name. They'd pause, heads tilted, swearing they'd heard something, a woman's cry, a note of longing, but they'd shake it off, calling it the sea's trick. She didn't regret it, not fully. She'd chosen love over life, Elias over the sea, and though it had cost her everything, her tail, her voice, her form, she'd held to it, a truth that shaped her, even in this half existence. The witch's curse had taken her body, but her love had given her this, a chance, a whisper, a place between worlds. Her grandmother had spoken of souls, of humans rising beyond death, and Mira wondered if this was her path, a slow redemption, a wait for something more. The tale said the daughters of the wind could earn a soul through time, through grace, and she clung to that, her hope as faint as her presence. The sea whispered still, its waves a lullaby she couldn't join, and she watched it, her love a thread that stretched across the years. Elias was gone, his line fading into the crowd, but she stayed, tied to the shore where she'd lost him, where she'd chosen him. The dagger her sisters had given lay buried, a secret beneath the sand, and the witch, somewhere in the deep, laughed no more, her price paid in full. One night, as a storm brewed over the port, Mira drifted high, the wind wild around her. A ship rocked on the waves, its crew shouting, and a young man clung to the rail, his voice rising, a song against the tempest, ragged and brave. "Hold fast, my heart," he sang, and Mira froze, her essence trembling. It was Elias's walk passed down, alive in a stranger's throat. She sang back, her silent voice a hum in the gale, and the man paused, his eyes searching the dark, a shiver running through him. He didn't see her, couldn't, but she felt it, a connection, a thread across time. The storm passed, the ship held, and she lingered, her ache softening into something like peace. She'd loved, she'd lost, and she'd endured, not as a mermaid, not as a human, but as this, a breath of the wind, a song without end. The port slept, the sea rolled on, and Mira drifted, her echo a melody in the air. Pulled beautiful, eternal, she waited, through centuries, for the soul she'd sought, her love a light no wave could drown. The foam had taken her, but the wind had kept her, and in its embrace, she was free, not whole, not yet, but free to linger, to love, to sing in silence until the end of days. Story, Lucky Hans. The village of Riverbend hugged the banks of the winding gray water, a ribbon of silver that carved its way through the rolling hills of the countryside. It was a sleepy place where the days blurred into one another like the ripples on the river's surface. Mornings of mist, afternoons of toil, and evenings of quiet. The cottages were squat and weathered, their thatched roofs patched with straw, and the people who lived there were much the same, sturdy, simple, worn by time. But among them was Hans, a lanky young man with a mop of straw blonde hair and a grin that stretched ear to ear as if he'd stumbled upon a secret the rest of the world had missed. Hans lived with his grandmother, Elsa, in a crooked little house at the edge of the village, where the river bent sharply and the willows dipped their branches into the current. He was 20 or thereabouts, No one kept strict count, and he'd never been much for work. Not that he was lazy, mind you. Hans just had a way of seeing the world that didn't fit the grind of Riverbend. Where others saw a muddy field to plow, he saw a canvas for skipping stones. Where they saw a broken fence, he saw a chance to whistle a tune while hammering it back together. Elsa called him her little dreamer, though she often sighed and added, "Dreams don't fill the pot, Hans." They were poor, poorer than most in Riverbend, which was saying something. The winters were lean, the summers stingy, and their meals were a rotation of thin porridge and stale bread, eked out from whatever scraps Hans could earn, running errands or hauling firewood. But Hans didn't mind. He'd laugh as he stirred the pot, his voice bright as a lark's, and tell Elsa stories, wild, rambling tales of knights and dragons and hidden gold beneath the riverbed. She'd shake her head, her gray curls bouncing, and mutter, "You've got more fancy than sense, boy." But her eyes would soften, and she'd smile despite herself. It was late autumn when the stranger came. The leaves had turned a brittle gold, carpeting the ground in a crunching quilt, and the air carried a bite that promised frost. Hans was outside, splitting the last of their firewood with an axe more rust than steel, when he saw the figure hobbling up the path. It was an old man, bent and ragged, his cloak a patchwork of stains and tears, his beard a wild tangle of white that reached his chest. He leaned on a gnarled stick, his steps slow and labored, and his eyes, sunken but sharp, fixed on Hans as he approached. "Spare a crust, lad," the old man croaked, his voice rough as gravel. "A bite for a weary soul?" Hans paused, the axe resting on his shoulder, and glanced at the cottage. They had little enough, half a loaf of bread, dry as a brick, sitting on the table inside. Elsa had baked it days ago, and it was all they had until the next odd job came along. He could have said no, could have shrugged and sent the old man on his way. But Hans wasn't built like that. His grin widened, and he dropped the axe, brushing his hands on his patched trousers. "Wait here," he said, bounding inside. Elsa looked up from her mending, her needle poised mid-stitch. "What's got you hopping, Hans?" she asked. But he was already at the table, breaking the loaf in two, with a crack that echoed through the room. He dashed back out, holding the larger half out to the old man. "It's not much, but it's yours. Better with a friend than alone, eh?" The old man took it, his gnarled fingers trembling slightly, and studied Hans with those sharp eyes. He didn't eat right away, just held the bread, turning it over as if it were a rare coin. "Kindness," he murmured, almost to himself, "rare as rain in a drought." Then he looked up, his gaze piercing. "You've given me something, lad. I'll give you something back." Hans tilted his head, curious. "Oh? What's that then?" The old man reached beneath his cloak and pulled out a bundle, a folded piece of cloth, gray and tattered, its edges frayed like the wings of a moth-eaten bird. He shook it out, revealing it to be an old cloak, oversized and patched, smelling faintly of damp earth and smoke. It was ugly, no two ways about it, but the old man held it up with a strange reverence. "Take this," he said. "Wear it and go seek your fortune. It'll lead you to the greatest treasure of all." Hans blinked, then laughed, a loud rolling sound that startled a crow from a nearby willow. "A cloak? For treasure? You're a funny one, old man." He took it anyway, swinging it over his shoulders. It hung on him like a sack, the hem dragging in the dirt, and he struck a dramatic pose, arms outstretched. Look at me, Ma. I'm a king now. Elsa appeared in the doorway, her hands on her hips, her lips twitching between a frown and a smile. You're a fool, Hans. That's what you are. What's this nonsense? He says it's magic, Hans called back, twirling so the cloak flared out. Says it'll take me to treasure. The old man didn't laugh. He watched Hans with that steady, unreadable gaze, then nodded once. It will, he said simply, if you've the heart to find it. With that, he turned, hobbling back down the path, the bread still clutched in his hand. Hans waved after him, still grinning, but the old man didn't look back. He vanished around the bend, swallowed by the golden haze of the trees. Elsa shook her head, stepping outside. You've gone and traded our supper for a rag, she said, though there was no real heat in her voice. What's in that head of yours, boy? Adventure, Ma, Hans replied, tugging the cloak tighter. It was heavy, awkward, but he felt a spark, a tingling thrill that danced up his spine. He said it's a treasure finder. I'm going to take it out, see where it leads. Maybe I'll come back with gold, or a dragon's egg, or a cold, Elsa muttered. Don't be daft, Hans. That old beggar was pulling your leg. Stay here, split the wood, bus, and we'll make do like always. But Hans wasn't listening. He could feel it, the pull of something big, something wild, tugging at him like a fish on a line. He'd spent his life in Riverbend, dreaming of more, and now here was a chance, wrapped in a grubby cloak. He hugged Elsa, quick and fierce, and grabbed the axe handle, leaning it against the wall. I'll be back soon, Ma. With treasure, you'll see. We'll have a feast. Roast goose and honey cakes. She sighed, long and deep, but her eyes twinkled despite herself. Go on then, you big lummox, but don't come crying when you're lost and hungry. And take this. She pressed the smaller half of the bread into his hands, her fingers lingering. So you don't starve while you're chasing shadows. Hans tucked the bread into the cloak's deep pocket, gave her another grin, and set off. The village stretched out before him, the river glinting to his left, the hills rising soft and gold to his right. He didn't know where he was going, not exactly, but the cloak flapped around him like a banner, and his heart thumped with a giddy, reckless joy. Treasure, the word rolled through his mind, bright and shiny, and he pictured piles of gold, jewels the size of duck eggs, a life where Elsa could sit by the fire all day, warm and fed. The path wound past the mill, where the wheel creaked and splashed, and past old Torv's barn, where the cows lowed lazily. A few villagers glanced his way, Lena the weaver, scrubbing pots by the river, and Jens the cooper, hauling barrels. They raised eyebrows at the cloak, at Hans's bouncing stride, but he just waved, his laugh echoing over the water. Off to find my fortune, he called, and they shook their heads, muttering about that fool Hans as he went. The sun climbed higher, burning off the mist, and Hans reached the edge of Riverbend, where the path split. One way led to the fields, the other to the bustling market town a few miles off, a place he'd only been once, years ago, when Elsa had sold a shawl for a handful of coins. He paused, scratching his head, the cloak tugging at his shoulders. Which way? The old man hadn't said, but the market felt right. busy, alive, a place where treasure might hide. He adjusted the cloak, its weight oddly comforting, and started down the road, whistling a tune he'd made up on the spot. Behind him, Riverbend faded into the distance, its quiet hum swallowed by the rustle of leaves and the rush of the gray water. Ahead lay the unknown, and Hans stepped into it with the same grin he'd worn all his life, wide, fearless, and utterly his own. The cloak flapped in the breeze, a promise stitched into its ragged threads, and the journey began. The road to the market town stretched out like a dusty ribbon, winding through fields of stubble and patches of woodland where the trees stood bare, their leaves a golden carpet underfoot. Hans marched along, the oversized cloak flapping behind him like the wings of some bedraggled bird, its hem kicking up little clouds of dirt with every step. The sun hung high now, warming his face, and he whistled a tune, off-key, but cheerful, his mind buzzing with visions of treasure, gold coins, silver goblets, maybe a crown to plop on Elsa's head when he got home. The old man's words echoed in his ears. Wear it and go seek your fortune. Hans didn't know how a ratty cloak could lead to riches, but he trusted it, the way a child trusts a kite will fly if you run fast enough. The market town came into view as the afternoon deepened, its rooftops poking above a low hill, smoke curling from chimneys like gray threads. Hans picked up his pace, his boots thudding against the packed earth, and soon the hum of voices reached him. Shouts, laughter, the clatter of carts. The road widened into a bustling square, alive with color and noise. Stalls lined the edges, piled high with apples, bolts of cloth, pots and pans, glinting in the sun. Hawkers bellowed their wares, children darted through the crowd, and a juggler tossed knives in a dizzying arc, drawing gasps from a knot of onlookers. Hans stopped, his mouth falling open, his eyes wide as saucers. Riverbend had nothing like this. It was a world unto itself, and he was smack in the middle of it. He adjusted the cloak, tugging it over his shoulders, and waded in. The crowd parted around him, some staring at the odd figure he cut, tall and gangly, with that grin plastered across his face, the cloak dragging like a train. He didn't notice the looks, though. He was too busy gawking at everything. The smell of roasted chestnuts, the flash of a silversmith's hammer, the bleat of goats penned in a corner. "This is it," he said to no one in particular, clapping his hands. "Treasure's got to be here somewhere." His first stop was a horse trader's stall, where a wiry man with a patchy beard leaned against a post, chewing a straw. Behind him stood a nag of a horse, old, sway-backed, its coat a dull brown mottled with gray. The trader's eyes flicked to Hans, then to the cloak, and a smirk tugged at his lips. "Fine day, eh?" he called, spitting the straw into the dirt. "What's a lad like you after in a place like this?" "Treasure," Hans declared, puffing out his chest. "Got this cloak from an old man. Says it'll lead me to the greatest treasure of all. I'm on my way to find it." The trader raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, a dry, raspy sound. "Treasure, huh? Well, you won't get far dragging that rag around on foot. Tell you what, swap me that cloak for this horse here. She's a beauty, ain't she? Ride her, and you'll be at your treasure twice as fast. Deal?" Hans tilted his head, eyeing the horse. She didn't look like much. Her ribs poked through her sides, and one ear flopped lazily, but he imagined himself galloping across the hills, wind in his hair, a proper adventurer. A horse, he said, grinning wider. That's a step up, sure enough. Ma'll laugh when she sees me ride home. He shrugged off the cloak, handing it over without a second thought, and took the reins. The trader smirked again, folding the cloak under his arm, and Hans climbed onto the horse's back, nearly toppling off as she wheezed under his weight. Off you go, then, the trader said, waving him away. Hans gave a whoop, nudging the horse forward, and she shuffled off at a pace slower than a snail's crawl. The crowd laughed as he wobbled through the square, but Hans didn't care. He was a horseman now, and that felt like treasure already. He didn't get far. The horse plodded along the road out of town, her hooves dragging, and Hans's backside ached from the jolting gait. He was humming to himself, picturing Elsa's face when he rode up, when a farmer stepped into his path. A burly man with a red face and a pitchfork slung over his shoulder. Beside him stood a cow, skinny and sway-backed, her udder dry as dust. The farmer squinted at Hans, then at the horse, and scratched his chin. That's a sorry beast you've got, he said, his voice booming. What are you doing with a nag like that? Heading for treasure, Hans replied, patting the horse's neck. She snorted, unimpressed. This'll get me there. Slow, maybe, but steady. The farmer laughed, a deep belly rumble. Treasure, eh? You'll be old and gray before that thing gets you anywhere. Tell you what, swap me that horse for my cow here. She's a milker, see? Fresh milk every day. Better than a bony horse's for a treasure hunter. What's what you say? Hans scratched his head, peering at the cow. She looked as tired as the horse. Her eyes dull, but milk. Now that was something. He could bring home buckets of it. See Elsa's face light up with every sip. Milk's treasure too, ain't it? He mused aloud, then nodded. Deal. He slid off the horse, handed the reins to the farmer, and took the cow's rope. The farmer tipped his hat, leading the horse away, and Hans tugged the cow along, grinning as she mooed a weak protest. The cow was no faster. She ambled down the road, stopping every few steps to nibble at weeds, and Hans had to yank her along, his tune turning to a half-sung chant of, Come on, girl, treasure's waiting. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky orange, and he was still miles from Riverbend when he met a woman with a basket of eggs, or rather, a basket with one scrawny chicken perched inside, its feathers patchy and its beak chipped. She was wiry, her hair a bird's nest of gray, and she clucked her tongue at the sight of the cow. Poor thing, she said, shaking her head. What's a lad like you doing with a bag of bones like that? Treasure hunting, Hans said, undeterred. She's for milk. Gonna make my ma happy with it. The woman snorted. Milk? That cow's drier than a desert rock. You've been had, boy. Tell you what, give her here, and take my hen instead. She's a layer, eggs every morning, fresh and golden. Better than a milkless cow, eh? Hans frowned, peering at the hen. It didn't look like much. Half its feathers were gone, and it stared at him with one beady eye, but eggs sounded grand. He pictured Elsa cracking them into a pan, the sizzle filling the cottage. Eggs are treasure too, he decided, and handed over the cow's rope. The woman smirked, tying the cow to a post, and Hans scooped up the hen, tucking it under his arm. It squawked, flapping feebly, but he laughed. We're a team now, you and me. The hen didn't lay. Hans carried it down the road, talking to it as the shadows lengthened. You'll give us eggs tomorrow, won't you? But it just pecked at his sleeve. He was nearing a crossroads when a boy ran up, no older than 12, his face smudged with dirt and his hands clutching a battered horn, the kind shepherds used to call their flocks. The boy skidded to a stop, eyeing the hen. That's a scruffy bird, he said, grinning. What's it for? Treasure, Hans replied, holding the hen up. She's for eggs. Gonna feed my ma proper. The boy laughed, a high piping sound. Eggs? That thing looks like it'd rather eat you than feed you. Swap it for this horn, blow it, and you'll call treasure right to you. It's magic, I swear. Hans's eyes lit up. Magic? He set the hen down. It flapped off into the bushes and took the horn, turning it over in his hands. It was dented. The mouthpiece cracked, but he gave it a puff, and a weak, reedy note wheezed out. That's the stuff, he said, clapping the boy on the shoulder. Treasure'll hear me coming now. The boy grabbed the hen's rope, darting off with a cackle, and Hans blew the horn again, the sound echoing faintly over the fields. He walked on, the horn dangling from his belt, his steps lighter despite the ache in his legs. The cloak was gone, traded away, but he didn't miss it. Not yet. He had a horn now, and that felt like progress. The road curved toward the river, the gray water glinting in the twilight, and Hans grinned at the sky. Getting closer, Ma, he called as if she could hear him. Treasure's just around the bend. The day was fading, but Hans's spirit burned bright. Each trade a step in his mad, merry dance. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he trusted it. Trusted the old man, the cloak, the wild joy of the chase. The market town shrank behind him, and the river sang beside him, carrying him toward whatever came next. The twilight deepened as Hans trudged along the river road, the gray water a shimmering thread to his left, its surface catching the last glimmers of the sinking sun. The horn hung from his belt, bumping against his hip with every step, its dented metal cool against his fingers when he brushed it. He'd given it a few more puffs after leaving the boy, each note wheezier than the last. But he was sure it was magic, sure it would call treasure to him, like the old man's cloak had promised. His stomach growled, a low rumble that reminded him of the bread tucked in his pocket, but he didn't stop to eat. Not yet. Treasure was close. He could feel it in his bones, a tingling itch that kept his grin wide and his feet moving. The air grew cooler, the fields giving way to a stretch of scrubby trees and tall grasses that rustled in the evening breeze. Hans's legs ached from the day's wandering, his boots scuffed and dusty, but he didn't mind. He'd traded the cloak for a horse, the horse for a cow, the cow for a hen, and the hen for this horn, each swap a step in his grand adventure, each one lighter than the last. He pictured Elsa's pet when he blew the horn at home, imagined gold coin raining from the sky, or maybe a goose that laid golden eggs waddling up to their door. Hans the treasure finder, he said aloud, chuckling to himself. That's me. The road dipped toward a narrow stone bridge, its arches mossy and worn, spanning the gray water where the river widened into a lazy, swirling pool. The bridge was old, its edges crumbling, but Hans didn't hesitate. He stepped onto it, the horn swinging at his side, and paused at the center, leaning over the low wall to peer at the water below. It rippled dark and deep, reflecting the first stars peeking through the sky, and he grinned at his own shadowy face staring back. "Hey there, handsome," he called, waving. "Found any treasure down there?" He straightened, pulling the horn free, and decided to give it one more blow, a big one, to summon whatever magic it held. He took a deep breath, puffing out his cheeks, and pressed the mouthpiece to his lips. The sound that came out was a squawk, a loud, grating "rio" that echoed over the river, startling a flock of ducks from the reeds. Hans laughed, the noise bouncing back at him, and blew again, harder this time. Rai! It was awful, like a cat caught in a sack, but he loved it. "That's it!" he shouted, hopping from foot to foot. "Treasure, come on out." The bridge trembled beneath him. Just a faint shiver at first, but enough to make him pause. He lowered the horn, frowning, and glanced down. The stones were slick with moss, worn smooth by years of wind and water, and his boots, old and patched, slipped a little as he shifted his weight. "Steady now," he muttered, gripping the wall. He didn't hear the footsteps until they were right behind him. "Oi, what's that racket?" A voice barked, sharp and annoyed. Hans spun around, nearly losing his balance, and saw a man storming onto the bridge. A hunter, by the look of him, broad-shouldered and bristly, with a bow slung across his back and a scowl etched deep into his face. His boots thudded against the stone, and his eyes narrowed as they landed on Hans and the horn. "You trying to scare every deer from here to the hills, you daft lout?" Hans grinned, holding up the horn like a prize. "Just calling my treasure," he said, unbothered by the man's glare. "It's magic, see? Got it from a boy who got it from, well, I don't know. But it's leading me to the greatest treasure of all." The hunter snorted, stepping closer. "Magic? That's a shepherd's horn, you fool, and a busted one at that. Sounds like a dying goose. You've ruined my hunt with your caterwauling. Ought to chuck it in the river myself." Hans clutched the horn to his chest, his grin faltering for the first time. "No chucking. It's mine, fair and square. Traded for it, gave up a hen and a cow before that, and a horse before that, all from a cloak an old man gave me. It's part of the adventure." The hunter's scowl softened into something like pity, though his voice stayed gruff. "Adventure, eh? You're a proper simpleton, aren't you? Traded a cloak for all that, and now you've got a useless horn? Tell you what, give it here, and I'll trade you something better. Save us both the headache." Hans tilted his head, curious despite the insult. "Better? Like what?" The hunter reached into his pouch and pulled out a stone, round, smooth, the size of a fist, its surface a mottled gray that caught the starlight. "This," he said, holding it up. "A lucky stone, found it by the river years ago. Kept me safe through storms and hunts. Swap me that noisy junk for this, and maybe your luck'll turn. Deal?" Hans stared at the stone, his eyes widening. It didn't look like much. Just a rock, really. But lucky sounded grand. He imagined it glowing in his pocket, guiding him to treasure, keeping him safe on the road home. "A lucky stone," he said, his grin snapping back. "That's treasure right there. Ma'll love it. Won't trip over the doorstep anymore." He thrust the horn at the hunter, taking the stone in exchange, and hefted it in his hands. It was heavy, solid, a good weight. Deal! The hunter shook his head, muttering something about fools and their fancies, and stomped off with the horn, blowing a test note that wheezed into silence. Hans didn't watch him go. He was too busy turning the stone over, tracing its curves with his fingers, marveling at how it fit his palm. Luck, he said, nodding to himself. That's the stuff. He started across the bridge again. The stone clutched tight, his steps bouncy despite the ache in his legs. He'd lost the cloak, the horse, the cow, the hen, the horn, but now he had luck, and that felt like winning. He skipped a little, humming a new tune, and decided to tie the stone to something so he wouldn't drop it. The cloak was gone, but he still had its pocket, or rather the bread inside it. He pulled the crust out, nibbling a corner, and looped the cloak's old hem around the stone, knotting it tight. There, he said, holding it up. Safe and sound. The bridge wasn't so forgiving. He took another skip, swinging the stone like a pendulum, and his boot slipped, right on a patch of moss, slick as ice. His arms flailed. The stone flew from his grip, and he pitched forward with a yelp. Whoa! The stone hit the wall, the knot snagging, and for a heartbeat, it dangled there, teetering. Hans lunged to grab it, but his foot caught the edge, and down he went. Stone, cloak scrap, and all, straight over the side. The splash was loud, a kerplunk that echoed off the arches, and Hans hit the water backside first, the cold biting through his clothes. The stone sank fast, dragging the cloak remnant with it, vanishing into the dark depths of the gray water. Hans floundered, arms thrashing, until his feet found the muddy bottom. He stood, waist deep, spitting water and blinking as at the ripples spreading out around him. The bridge loomed above, empty now, and the river gurgled as if laughing. He stared at the spot where the stone had gone, his hair plastered to his forehead, his tunic dripping. For a moment, he was still. Then he laughed. It started small, a chuckle bubbling up, then burst into a full, roaring guffaw that rang over the water. Gone, he shouted, slapping his knee. All of it. Horse, cow, hen, horn, stone. Poof. Down the river. He waded to the bank, still laughing, and hauled himself out, flopping onto the grass like a soaked dog. He lay there, staring at the stars, his chest heaving. The cold seeped into him, but the laugh would not stop. It rolled out, wild and free, until his sides ached. Light as a feather now, he said, sitting up. Nothing to carry, nothing to lose. Ha! I'm a bird, Ma, a bird. He spread his arms, flapping them, and stumbled to his feet, dripping and grinning. The night closed in, the river whispering beside him, and Hans turned toward home. He'd lost everything, the cloak, the trades, the lucky stone, but his heart was light, lighter than it had ever been. He didn't know why, not yet, but the joy was there, bright and unshakable, carrying him forward on the dark, empty road. The night wrapped around Hans like a damp blanket as he trudged back toward Riverbend, his soaked tunic clinging to his skin, his boots squelching with every step. The gray water flowed beside him, a dark mirror reflecting the stars, its gentle rush a quiet companion to his humming. He'd lost everything, the cloak, the horse, the cow, the hen, the horn, the stone. And yet his grin stretched wide, his laughter still bubbling up in little bursts as he walked. The cold bit at him, the hunger gnawed at his belly, but he felt light, unburdened, as if the river had washed away more than just his trades. He swung his arms, kicking at pebbles on the path, and sang a nonsense song to the tune of the wind. No horse, no cow, no hen, oh my, free as a bird in the big, wide sky. The road was empty, the fields silent, save for the rustle of grasses and the occasional hoot of an owl. Hans didn't mind the dark. His eyes adjusted to the starlight, and the path felt familiar, winding back toward the village like an old friend. He thought of Elsa, probably dozing by the fire, her shawl pulled tight, and wondered what she'd say when he stumbled in, dripping and empty-handed. "You'll laugh, Ma," he muttered, chuckling to himself. "Hans the treasure finder, back with nothing but a wet shirt and a good story." He was nearing the outskirts of Riverbend, where the willows bent low over the riverbank, when a figure stepped into his path. Hans stopped short, his song trailing off, and squinted into the shadows. It was a map, tall, cloaked, his silhouette sharp against the faint glow of the village ahead. For a moment, Hans thought it was the hunter from the bridge, come to grumble about the horn. But then the figure moved closer, and the starlight caught his face. White hair spilled over his shoulders, beard tangled and wild, and those eyes, sharp, sunken, glinting with a knowing spark. It was the old man, the beggar who'd given him the cloak. "Well, now," the old man said, his voice low and rough, carrying that same gravelly weight Hans remembered. "You're a sight, lad, wet as a fish and grinning like a fool. What's become of my gift?" Hans laughed, slapping his thigh, the sound echoing over the water. "Your cloak? Oh, it's gone, old man. Gone to the bottom of the gray water with a stone I traded for. Swapped it for a horse, then a cow, then a hen, then a horn, then the stone, and splash, all of it, right over the bridge." He spread his arms, mimicking the fall, and laughed again. "Best tumble I ever took." The old man didn't laugh. He tilted his head, studying Hans with those piercing eyes, and stepped closer. Up close, Hans noticed something different. His cloak wasn't the ragged mess it had been before. It was rich now, a deep green edged with gold thread, shimmering faintly in the dark. His stick was gone, replaced by a staff of polished wood, its top carved with swirling patterns. He didn't look like a beggar anymore. He looked like someone important, someone who belonged in a tale. "Gone, you say?" the old man murmured, his tone curious, almost amused. "And you're not weeping over it? Not cursing me for a trickster?" Hans shrugged, his grin unshaken. "Why would I? It was a grand time. Rode a horse, well, sort of. Pulled a cow, carried a hen, blew a horn loud enough to wake the hills. Lost it all, sure, but I'm light now, lighter than ever. Feels good, old man, real good." The old man's lips twitched, the faintest hint of a smile breaking through his stern facade. He leaned on his staff, his eyes narrowing as if peering into Hans's very soul. "Light, eh? Tell me, lad, did you find it? The treasure I promised?" Hans scratched his head, his wet hair sticking up in clumps. "Treasure? Well, I didn't get gold, if that's what you mean. No silver, no jewels, nothing shiny at all. But," he paused, tilting his head, his grin softening into something thoughtful. I lost everything, and I'm happy, happier than when I started. Is that treasure, being free like this? The old man's smile widened, a rare warm thing that softened the lines of his face. "Aye, lad," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That's it. You've found it, the greatest treasure of all. And you're the first in a long while to do it." Hans blinked, confused. "First? What did you mean? What's the cloak got to do with it?" The old man straightened, his cloak rustling, and tapped his staff against the ground. The air shimmered, a faint ripple like heat off a summer road, and Hans felt a prickle run up his spine. "That cloak," the old man said, "was no ordinary rag. It's old, older than these hills, woven with a curse and a gift. I've given it to many over the years. Lords, merchants, farmers, fools, most cling to it, trade for bigger, heavier things, horses, cattle, gold, thinking that's the treasure. They weigh themselves down, chasing more, and the curse binds them to greed. But you," he pointed at Hans, his eyes glinting, "you let it go, traded it away, lost it all, and laughed. You broke the curse, lad, and claimed the gift." Hans's mouth fell open, his grin faltering into a gape. "A curse? You mean it was a trick?" "Not a trick," the old man said. "A test. The cloak makes you want, makes you trade for what you think you need. Most never stop wanting. But you traded until there was nothing left, and you found joy in the losing. That's the treasure, Hans. Freedom, a heart unburdened. Not many see it." Hans stared at him, the words sinking in slow and deep. He thought back. The horse that barely moved, the cow with no milk, the hen with no eggs, the horn that squawked, the stone that sank. Each trade had been sillier than the last, each loss lighter, and he'd laughed through it all. He looked down at his empty hands, then up at the old man, and the grin crept back, bigger than ever. "So I'm rich," he said, clapping his hands. "Rich with nothing. Ha! Wait till Ma hears this. She'll say I'm daft, but I'll tell her I'm the richest daft fool in Riverbend." The old man chuckled, a low rumbling sound that seemed to shake the ground. "Aye, you are that, richer than kings in your way." He stepped back, his staff glowing faintly, and the air shimmered again. "Keep that heart, lad. It's rarer than gold. And tell your ma she raised a good one." Hans nodded, still grinning, and opened his mouth to ask more. Who was he? Where'd the cloak come from? But the old man was already fading, his form dissolving into the shadows like mist on the river. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, leaving only the rustle of willows and the hum of the night. Hans stood there, dripping and alone, and laughed again, a loud, joyous sound that carried over the gray water. He turned toward home, his steps bouncy despite the chill seeping into his bones. The village lights flickered ahead, warm and familiar, and he pictured Elsa's face, her frown, her laugh, the way she'd shake her head when he burst in. He had no cloak, no horse, no stone, no treasure to show. But he had a story, and that was enough, more than enough. He felt it now, the truth of the old man's words. He was free, light as a leaf on the wind, and that was a treasure no one could take. The river sang beside him, the stars winked above, and Hans walked on, his wet clothes slapping against his legs, his heart full to bursting. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. More porridge, more firewood, more quiet days. But he knew he'd meet it with a grin. The cloak was gone, the curse broken, and the gift was his. He'd lost everything, and in losing, he'd won. The night was deep and still. As Hans neared Riverbend, the village a cluster of soft lights nestled against the gray water's curve. His wet clothes clung to him, heavy and cold, but his steps were light, his grin a beacon in the dark. The old man's words danced in his mind. Freedom, a heart unburdened, the greatest treasure of all. He didn't have a coin to his name, not a scrap of the cloak or its trades left, but he felt rich, richer than he'd ever dreamed. The river murmured beside him, a quiet song that matched the hum in his chest, and he laughed, a bright rolling sound that scattered the silence. The willows loomed ahead, their branches swaying like curtains, and Hans pushed through, his boots squishing in the damp earth. The cottage came into view, crooked and small, its thatched roof sagging, the chimney puffing a thin thread of smoke. Elsa would be inside, he knew, probably dozing by the fire, her needle fallen to her lap. He pictured her face when he burst in, her frown, her sigh, the way her eyes would crinkle when she couldn't help but smile. He had no treasure to show her, no gold or eggs or milk, but he had a story, and that was better than anything he could carry. He reached the door, its wood warped and creaky, and pushed it open with a bang. "Ma!" he shouted, his voice filling the tiny room. "I'm back! Hans the treasure finder, home at last." Elsa jolted awake, her shawl slipping from her shoulders, her gray curls bouncing as she blinked at him. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over her lined face, and her eyes widened as she took him in, dripping wet, his tunic plastered to his skin, his hair a soggy mess. "Hans," she exclaimed, rising stiffly from her chair. "What in the world? You're soaked through. Where have you been, you daft boy?" Hans laughed, kicking off his boots and stepping inside, leaving a trail of puddles on the floor. "Oh, Ma, you won't believe it," he said, spreading his arms wide. "I went to the market, traded the cloak for a horse, the horse for a cow, the cow for a hen, the hen for a horn, the horn for a stone, and then I fell off a bridge and lost it all. Splash, right into the river." He mimed the fall, flopping onto a stool with a wet thwack, and grinned up at her. "Best day I ever had." Elsa stared at him, her mouth open, her hands planted on her hips. For a moment, she was silent, her expression a mix of shock and exasperation. Then she shook her head, a long, slow shake that sent her curls trembling. "You're a fool, Hans," she said, her voice stern but trembling with something softer. "A proper fool. Traded away our supper for a rag, ran off chasing nonsense, and now you're back with nothing but a wet backside? What am I to do with you?" He leaned forward, his grin unwavering. "Not nothing, Ma. I've got treasure. The best kind. The old man told me. Came back, he did, all fancy in a green cloak. Said the rag was cursed, made folks greedy, but I broke it. Lost it all and laughed, and that's the treasure. Being free, light as a bird. I'm rich, Ma. Rich with nothing." Elsa's frown deepened, but her eyes flickered, caught between disbelief and amusement. She shuffled closer, peering at him as if he'd sprouted wings. Rich with nothing, she repeated, her tone dry. That's the daftest thing I've ever heard. You've lost your wits along with that cloak, haven't you? Hans jumped up, grabbing her hands and spinning her in a clumsy circle, his wet tunic slapping against his legs. No wits lost. Just wait. No horse to feed, no cow to milk, no hen to chase, nothing to carry, nothing to worry. I'm Hans the Free, Ma, and that's better than gold. He laughed again, pulling her into a hug, and she yelped as the cold water soaked through her shawl. Get off, you soggy lump, she scolded, swatting at him. But her lips twitched, and a chuckle slipped out despite herself. She pulled back, brushing at her damp clothes, and fixed him with a look, half stern, half fond. You're impossible, Hans. A fool, but a good one. Sit down before you catch your death, and tell me this mad tale proper. He obeyed, plopping back onto the stool, and she fetched a blanket from the corner, a thin, patched thing, but warm from the fire. She draped it over his shoulders, muttering about fools and fevers, and stoked the hearth until the flames leaped higher. Hans launched into the story, his voice bright and fast, his hands waving as he described the horse that wouldn't move, the cow with no milk, the hen that pecked, the horn that squawked, the stone that sank. Elsa listened, her needle back in her lap, her head shaking every few sentences, but her eyes sparkled, and by the end, she was laughing. Quiet at first, then loud, a sound that filled the cottage like music. You're a wonder, Hans, she said when he finished, wiping her eyes. A proper wonder. No sense, but more heart than most. If that's your treasure, I reckon it's worth something. It is, he said, nodding fiercely. The old man said so, said I'm richer than kings. And you raised me, Ma, so you're rich too. She snorted, but her smile stayed warm and real. Rich in trouble, maybe. Go change out of that mess. I'll heat the last of the porridge. No gold, no eggs. But we'll eat tonight. Hans bounded up, peeling off his wet tunic and ducking behind the curtain to their tiny sleeping corner. He came back in dry trousers and a patched shirt, the blanket still around him, and sat by the fire as Elsa ladled porridge into a bowl. It was thin, gray, barely more than water and oats, but he ate it like a feast, grinning between spoonfuls. The cottage was warm, the night quiet outside, and for all its cracks and leaks, it felt like home, better than any treasure he'd chased. The days that followed were much the same. Hans hauling wood, Elsa mending, the river flowing past. But something had shifted. The village heard the tale. Lena the weaver got it from Jens the cooper, who got it from old Torf, who'd seen Hans dripping wet that night. And soon, Hans the Free was a name whispered with chuckles and nods. Children ran up to him, begging for the story, and he'd tell it with flair, acting out the bridge fall until they squealed with laughter. The adults shook their heads, calling him a fool, but they smiled too, and sometimes left a loaf or an apple at the cottage door. For Hans and his ma, they'd say, since he's too daft to keep anything else. Hans didn't mind the teasing. He'd wave, laugh, and keep going, chopping wood, skipping stones, singing his nonsense songs. The coldness of that night faded. The hunger eased with the village's small gifts, and Elsa's sighs grew softer, her smiles more frequent. He'd lost everything on that wild chase, but he'd gained something better, a lightness that spread, a joy that stuck. One crisp morning, weeks later, Hans was outside splitting wood when he saw it, a memento on the doorstep, small and simple, a crust of bread, fresh baked, wrapped in a scrap of cloth. No note, no sign of who'd left it, but he knew. He picked it up, sniffing the warm, yeasty smell, and grinned at the sky. "Thanks, old man," he said, waving the bread like a flag. "For the treasure!" He brought it inside, splitting it with Elsa, and they ate by the fire, the cottage cozy and full. The river sang outside, the willows danced, and Hans leaned back, his belly full, his heart fuller. He'd found no gold, no jewels, no crown, but he'd found freedom, laughter, a life unweighed by want. The old man's gift had been true, and Hans carried it every day, a treasure no one could see, but everyone could feel. Riverbend told the tale for years of the fool who traded a cloak for nothing and came back richer than kings. They called him Hans the Free, and his laugh echoed over the gray water, a song of joy that never faded, a lesson in losing that turned into winning. Story: The Prince and the Enchanted Gift. The grand halls of the kingdom of Velmoria were filled with anxious whispers. Servants rushed back and forth, their faces pale with anticipation. The queen, Amara, was in labor, and the entire palace held its breath, waiting for news of the royal heir. King Edric, a strong and imposing figure with piercing blue eyes, paced in front of the chamber door, his fists clenched at his sides, his mind torn between worry and hope. This child, his firstborn, would be the future ruler of Velmoria. The midwives murmured hurried instructions as the queen's cries echoed through the stone walls. Hours passed, and just when the king thought he could not bear the suspense any longer, a nursemaid stepped out, her face a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "A boy, Your Majesty," she announced. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, the king exhaled in triumph. "A prince, my son." He rushed inside to see Queen Amara, lying weak but smiling, cradling a small bundle wrapped in the finest silk. But as Edric approached and pulled the fabric aside, his expression froze. The child's face was not what he had expected. His features were unusual, his head crowned with a small tuft of hair that stood upright, a stark contrast to the smooth, regal looks of his ancestors. His nose was slightly upturned, his eyes wide and thoughtful, rather than commanding. The king's joy wavered. "He does not look like a warrior," he muttered. The room grew quiet. The tension was thick, but before anyone could speak, a soft voice echoed through the chamber. An elderly woman, draped in shimmering robes of silver and gold, stepped forward. The Oracle of Velmoria, a mystical seer known for her wisdom, had been present at every royal birth for centuries. She looked at the child with eyes that held the weight of many lifetimes. "Do not be troubled, Your Majesty," she said, her voice as smooth as flowing water. "Your son is destined for greatness, not through strength of arms, but through the brilliance of his mind." She reached out and gently touched the child's small forehead. "With this blessing, I grant him the gift of wisdom beyond measure. He shall possess a mind that sees beyond the ordinary, a heart that understands beyond words. The air in the room shimmered for a brief moment, as if the very fabric of fate had shifted. The queen, despite her exhaustion, smiled warmly. "He is perfect," she whispered. The king remained silent. He had wished for a warrior, a future king who would lead armies and claim victories. Instead, he had been given a son whose greatest weapon was intelligence. Still, there was no undoing fate. He sighed and knelt beside his wife, brushing his hand over the child's small head. "Then we shall name him Rowan," he declared. "Rowan the Wise." Meanwhile, in the neighboring kingdom of Alaris, another birth was taking place. Queen Selene screamed in pain as thunder rolled across the skies outside. In her arms, she soon held a newborn girl, Evelyn, a child whose beauty was unparalleled. Her golden curls shimmered like the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest sapphire waters. The court gasped at her sheer radiance, murmuring praises of her perfection. Then, from the shadows, another figure stepped forward, a woman cloaked in midnight blue, carrying an air of mystery. She was the enchantress of the north, known to bestow blessings and curses. With an unreadable smile, she leaned close to the newborn and whispered, "To this child, I grant a gift. Her love will transform those she chooses. Whomever she gives her heart to shall reflect the beauty she sees within them." The words echoed like a spell cast upon the wind. The queen held her daughter close, unaware of the deeper meaning behind the blessing. To the court, it seemed like a wonderful gift, a power that could shape the world with love. But hidden beneath those words lay a secret. Evelyn's intelligence would remain untouched. She would see the world in its brilliance, but never fully grasp its complexity. Rowan grew up under the watchful eyes of his parents. Though his father had wished for a warrior, it soon became clear that the boy's strength lay in his mind. At the age of 5, he could solve puzzles that baffled the wisest scholars of the court. By 10, he could predict the outcome of political disputes before they even began. Yet, despite his brilliance, he remained an outsider. The other noble children viewed him with suspicion. His odd appearance and sharp intellect made them uncomfortable. "He is strange," they would whisper. "Too clever for his own good." Meanwhile, in Alaris, Evelyn's childhood was vastly different. She was adored, worshipped like a living star. Wherever she went, admirers followed. Lords and princes sought her attention, dazzled by her beauty. But beneath the surface, something was missing. Conversations felt empty. She struggled to understand the complexities of the world. When people laughed, she often didn't know why. Her mother, Queen Selene, hid her concern behind warm smiles, but deep down, she worried. Would Evelyn ever be able to rule? Could she truly understand the weight of a kingdom? Fate, however, had already begun weaving their paths together. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden streaks over the lush gardens of Alaris. The air was warm, filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant laughter of courtiers enjoying the royal festivities. Evelyn wandered through the garden, feeling both admired and distant. Lords and nobles surrounded her, each vying for her attention with flowery words and exaggerated compliments. "Your beauty rivals that of the stars, Princess Evelyn. Surely the goddess of love herself envies you. You are the most radiant jewel of Ilaris." She smiled at their words, as she always did. But inside, she felt a hollow emptiness. These words, these endless, meaningless praises, what did they truly mean? She turned her head, letting her gaze wander beyond the carefully manicured hedges and the dancing nobles. In the distance, just beyond the grand fountain, she spotted someone unlike the rest, a young man, dressed in Velmorian royal garments, stood apart from the crowd. He wasn't adorned in excessive jewelry or wrapped in silk robes like the others. His dark blue attire was simple, yet refined, his posture straight, but relaxed. His hair was an unruly mess of chestnut waves, and his sharp green eyes studied everything around him with quiet amusement. He wasn't watching her, unlike the rest of the gathering. Instead, he was watching them. For the first time in her life, Evelyn felt curiosity stir inside her. Rowan had been invited to the royal ball in Alaris as part of a diplomatic gathering, though he had no interest in courtly dances or flowery conversations. He had accepted the invitation for one reason: to observe. Velmoria and Alaris had been allies for generations, but Rowan had always been fascinated by how different their courts were. The people here were enthralled by beauty, by appearances. It was a kingdom where charm outweighed wisdom, and standing at the center of it all was her. Princess Evelyn was breathtaking. That much was undeniable, but Rowan had learned long ago that beauty alone was not enough to impress him. He studied her, watching the way she listened, the way she responded to those around her. There was something in her expression, something that didn't quite match the radiant image she projected. Was it doubt? Then, quite suddenly, their eyes met. For a brief moment, neither of them looked away. Rowan expected her to do what all others had done before, to glance at him, judge his appearance, and move on. Instead, she smiled, not the rehearsed, polished smile of a princess greeting a noble, but a real, genuine smile, curious. Then, to his surprise, she walked toward him. The nobles watched in stunned silence as Princess Evelyn approached the strange young man from Velmoria. A few of them whispered to one another, their eyes filled with curiosity and mild disapproval. Who is he? Why would she leave Lord Alistair's side for him? He looks odd, and that hair, how peculiar. But Evelyn didn't hear them, or if she did, she didn't care. You are from Velmoria, she said, as she reached him. Rowan arched an eyebrow. And you are from Alaris. She let out a soft laugh. Yes, but you already knew that, and you already knew my answer. Evelyn tilted her head slightly, studying him. There was something different about the way he spoke. He wasn't trying to impress her. He wasn't afraid to challenge her words. May I ask your name? Rowan. He did not bow. Not out of disrespect, but because he could see that she did not expect it from him. She smiled again, that same genuine smile that had caught his attention before. And what brings you to Alaris, Rowan? He studied her for a moment, then replied with quiet honesty. Curiosity. Her eyes brightened at the word. You do not seem like the kind of man who enjoys grand feasts and flattery, she observed. Neither do you, Rowan said simply. The words hit her like a realization she hadn't fully acknowledged before. She blinked, her lips parting slightly, as if he had unraveled a truth she had been too afraid to say aloud. A breeze carried the scent of fresh roses between them as the world around them seemed to quiet. For the first time in her life, Evelyn felt something she had never felt before, a connection that had nothing to do with beauty. As the evening went on, Rowan and Evelyn continued their conversation, discussing everything from books to politics, from philosophy to the stars. For the first time, Evelyn felt truly heard, and for the first time, Rowan saw someone look at him not as an oddity, but as an equal. Then, as the night drew to a close, Rowan did something unexpected. Evelyn, he said, voice steady, I have an offer for you. She looked at him, intrigued. An offer? Rowan nodded. I can give you something no one else in this kingdom can. Her heart pounded slightly. And what is that? He hesitated, then spoke carefully. Wisdom. Evelyn's breath caught. Wisdom, she echoed. Yes, I was given a gift at birth, the gift of unparalleled intelligence, and I can share it with you, but only if you agree to one thing. Her pulse quickened. And what must I agree to? Rowan's green eyes held a quiet certainty as he spoke the words that would change everything. 1 year from now, you must decide. Will you marry me? Evelyn's heart pounded as Rowan's words lingered in the air. 1 year from now, you must decide. Will you marry me? She had expected many things from this evening. Flattery, admiration, yet another suitor trying to win her heart with poetic words. But this was different. Rowan wasn't just offering her companionship. He was offering her something more, something no one else had ever offered. Knowledge, understanding, a mind that could grasp the complexities of the world. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she met his gaze. Why? She asked softly. Rowan tilted his head slightly, considering his answer. Because I see something in you, he said finally. You're not like the others here. You're searching for something more, and I can give it to you. The words struck her deeper than she expected. He understood. For the first time in her life, someone understood that beneath the admiration, beneath the beauty, beneath the endless compliments, she longed for more. She took a slow, steady breath. And if I accept this gift, what happens then? Rowan smiled faintly. Then, my lady, you will know what it means to truly think. A moment of silence stretched between them before Evelyn did something she had never done before. She made a decision for herself. I accept. That night, Evelyn barely slept. She lay awake in her chambers, staring at the ceiling as her mind raced. She had always known there was more to life than what she had experienced, but until now, she had never truly felt the weight of what she was missing. Now, that was about to change. The next morning, Rowan met her in the royal gardens. The world seemed sharper, clearer, as if the air itself held a new kind of energy. Are you ready? Rowan asked. Evelyn swallowed. Yes. He placed a hand gently over hers. The touch was warm, steady, and then a rush of something unfamiliar, exhilarating, terrifying, flooded through her mind. Thoughts, ideas, concepts she had never fully grasped before clicked into place like pieces of a puzzle. She gasped, staggering slightly, as her world shifted. The laughter of the nobles at last night's ball suddenly seemed empty, artificial. The words of courtiers, once flowery and meaningless, now revealed layers of hidden intention. For the first time, she saw beyond the surface. She had never realized how shallow everything had been, how blind she had been. Her breath came in sharp gasps as the weight of it all overwhelmed her. Rowan steadied her with a firm grip. Breathe, Evelyn. She closed her eyes, willing herself to remain calm, and when she opened them again, the world was different. She was different. The days that followed were unlike any Evelyn had ever known. For the first time, she truly understood. Conversations that once felt confusing now became crystal clear. She could see the hidden meaning behind every word, the political games playing out beneath the surface. At court, her transformation did not go unnoticed. The princess speaks differently. She has changed. But how? There is something sharper about her. Even her mother, Queen Celine, regarded her with newfound curiosity. My dear, the queen said one evening, you have been different lately. Tell me, what has changed? Evelyn hesitated, then answered carefully, I have begun to see things as they truly are. The queen studied her, a flicker of unease crossing her face. And do you find the world to your liking? Evelyn thought about it. The world was not as simple as she had once believed. It was filled with ambition, deception, and hidden agendas. But it was also fascinating. I find it enlightening, she said finally. Her mother did not seem reassured. With knowledge came power, and with power came loneliness. Evelyn had thought that gaining wisdom would bring her closer to those around her, but instead, it set her apart. Her former suitors no longer knew how to approach her. The men who once courted her with empty flattery now hesitated, uncertain of how to impress a princess who saw through their masks. She was no longer the same girl they had once pursued. Even her friends struggled to keep up with her newfound sharpness. And then the whispers began. The princess has changed too much. She is no longer charming, no longer simple. Perhaps her beauty was enough before, but now she thinks too much. For the first time in her life, Evelyn was feared, and yet she did not regret it. She had been given a gift unlike any other, and now she had one final decision to make. 1 year had passed, and Rowan was waiting for her answer. The grand halls of Alaris were illuminated by golden candlelight, casting long shadows against the marble walls. The evening air was thick with anticipation, as nobles whispered amongst themselves, their curiosity growing. A year had passed since Rowan of Velmoria had last stepped foot in this court, and now he was back. Evelyn stood at the top of the grand staircase, heart pounding as she caught sight of him. He was no longer just the quiet observer she had met a year ago. His presence now commanded attention, not through beauty or charm, but through the sheer weight of his presence. The whispers grew louder. He has returned for the princess. But will she accept him? She is different now. Would she truly marry him? Evelyn took a slow, deep breath. She had spent the past year preparing for this moment, and yet, now that it had arrived, she found herself uncertain. Rowan looked up, his sharp green eyes locking onto hers, and in that instant, she knew he was the only one who saw her for who she truly was. The court had gathered in the great hall, waiting for the moment when Evelyn would make her choice. Rowan stood before her, composed, unwavering. Evelyn, he said, his voice steady, a year ago, I made you an offer. Now, I ask, what is your answer? A hush fell over the room. Evelyn's chest tightened. She looked at Rowan, the man who had changed her life, who had given her the greatest gift she had ever received. She had always assumed that the moment of decision would be clear, but instead, doubt flickered inside her. Was this love? Or was it gratitude? Was he the man she wished to stand beside for the rest of her life? Or was he simply the one who had led her to discover herself? She felt the weight of every noble's gaze upon her, waiting, expecting, and then she did something no one anticipated. She stepped forward and spoke, not to Rowan, but to the entire court. Before I answer, she said, I must ask you all something. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. She turned to the gathered nobles. What makes a person worthy of love? Is it beauty, power, intelligence? She let her gaze sweep over them, her voice unwavering. I have been admired my entire life for my beauty, but never once, until now, was I valued for my mind. The room fell silent. She looked back at Rowan. You saw me as I was, Rowan, not as a princess, not as an ornament for the court. You gave me the ability to see, to think, to be more than what I was born into. Her throat tightened as she took a breath. And because of that, I must give you an honest answer. Rowan's expression remained unreadable, but she saw the tension in his jaw. She stepped closer. I do not yet know if I love you, but I know that I respect you, and I know that I wish to walk this path beside you to discover what this feeling truly is. A stunned silence followed. Then, Rowan's lips curved into the smallest of smiles. That, he said quietly, is the wisest answer I have ever heard. And with that, the court erupted into whispers once more, not of scandal or disapproval, but of respect. Evelyn had not simply agreed to marry a man out of obligation. She had chosen herself, and in doing so, she had changed the very definition of what it meant to be a queen. The days that followed were filled with hushed conversations and shifting expectations. The nobles had expected a fairy tale ending, a grand declaration of love, a wedding sealed by destiny. Instead, what they received was something far more powerful, a partnership. Evelyn and Rowan walked the palace grounds that evening, the tension of the court behind them. You surprised them, Rowan said, amusement in his voice. Evelyn smirked. I surprised myself. He nodded. So, what happens now? She glanced at him, her heart no longer pounding with fear, but with excitement. Now, we build something real. And so, under the soft glow of the moon, a new kind of story began. Not one of fated love, but of two minds, two souls, learning and growing together. And perhaps, just perhaps, one day, love would follow. But for now, they walked forward, side by side, and that was enough. Years passed. Evelyn and Rowan became more than rulers. They became partners, their wisdom shaping the course of history. Their love did not bloom in a single night, nor was it written in prophecy. It was built, step by step, decision by decision, trust by trust. Evelyn redefined what it meant to be a queen. She was no longer just the beauty of Alaris. She was its mind, its strength, its future. Rowan stood beside her, not as a shadow, but as an equal, and together they changed the world. Story, Beauty and the Beast, The Forgotten Tale. The kingdom of Verdel had once been a prosperous land, where riches flowed like rivers and merchants thrived under the blessing of fortune. Among them was Alain, a once wealthy merchant whose name had been spoken with admiration in every marketplace. But fortune was fickle. One by one, his ships vanished, claimed by the merciless sea. His warehouses, once filled with the rarest silks and finest jewels, stood empty, their treasures lost to betrayal and misfortune. Debts piled high, and soon Alain found himself a ruined man. Forced to leave the grand city, he took his children, 3 daughters and 3 sons, to the countryside, where they lived in quiet obscurity. His eldest daughters, Genevieve and Marcel, had known wealth and luxury all their lives. They cursed their misfortune, lamenting the loss of their grand dresses and servants. They detested the simple, peasant like existence they were forced to endure. But his youngest daughter, Beauty, did not complain. She embraced their new life, tending to the house, caring for her father, and finding joy in the smallest things: the morning dew on the grass, the chirping of birds, the scent of fresh apples from the orchard. She was kind, selfless, and wise beyond her years. But fate was not finished with Alain yet. One cold morning, a letter arrived. A miracle. One of his lost ships had returned to port, carrying enough wealth to restore his fortune. Hope rekindled in his heart, Alain set out for the city, promising his children that soon they would have all they had lost. "What shall I bring back for you?" he asked. The eldest daughters demanded fine gowns, golden trinkets, and silken shawls. The sons wished for weapons and rare artifacts, but Beauty, ever humble, only smiled. "A single rose, father. Nothing more." He left with hope in his heart, unaware that this simple request would seal his fate. Alain arrived in the city with high hopes, but fate was cruel. By the time he reached the docks, his fortune had already been claimed by creditors. The ship's cargo had been divided, leaving nothing for him to reclaim. Penniless once more, Alain turned toward home, his heart heavier than ever before. As night fell, a storm descended upon the land, rain lashing against his weary frame. The road blurred into darkness, the winds howling like phantoms. Then, through the tempest, he saw it: a castle, grand and imposing, standing alone in the wilds, its torches burning brightly, as if waiting for him. The iron gates creaked open at his approach. Inside, the castle was silent but welcoming. A fire burned in the great hall, and a feast, a grand, lavish meal, awaited him. He ate, though his mind reeled with unease. Who was his mysterious host? Where were the servants? But exhaustion overtook his thoughts, and when he found a bedroom prepared just for him, he collapsed into sleep. Morning came with clear skies. As Alain prepared to leave, his eyes fell upon a rose bush in the courtyard, its petals red as blood against the snow. Remembering Beauty's request, he reached out and plucked one single bloom. Then, a roar. The ground trembled as a shadow loomed over him. A figure emerged from the darkness, a beast, taller than any man, covered in thick fur, its claws gleaming in the morning light. "You repay my hospitality with theft," it growled, its voice like thunder. "For that, you must pay with your life." Alain fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "I did not mean harm. The rose was for my daughter. She asked for nothing else." The beast stilled. Then, after a long pause, it spoke. "If she values this flower so much, let her take your place." A bargain was struck. Alain would return home, but only if he sent one of his daughters in his stead. If none came, he would return to die. The beast allowed him to leave, but not empty-handed. With a gesture, a golden chest appeared, filled with jewels and riches beyond imagination. Alain, shaken and haunted by what had transpired, took the wealth and set off toward home. But his heart remained heavy, for he knew what must be done. When Alain returned home, his children gathered to hear his tale. Genevieve and Marcel wailed with terror, insisting that their father must run, hide, flee. But Beauty said nothing. She simply placed a gentle hand on her father's arm. I will go. Alain's breath caught. No, Beauty, I cannot ask this of you. She smiled softly. You're not asking. I am choosing. Her sisters did not protest. In their hearts, they were relieved. Better her than them. With only a few belongings, Beauty prepared herself for the journey. That night, as she gazed upon the moonlit fields outside their small home, she whispered to herself, I do not know what awaits me, but I will not be afraid. The next morning, with tears in her father's eyes, Beauty rode toward her fate, to the castle, to the beast, to the beginning of a story that would change her forever. The journey to the castle was long and silent. Beauty sat in the carriage provided by the beast, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The world outside blurred past, rolling hills, dense forests, streams reflecting the golden hues of the sun. But her thoughts were far away. Would she ever see her family again? Would the beast truly keep her safe? Or had she just sealed her fate? The carriage stopped before the grand iron gates of the castle. The moment her feet touched the cobblestone path, the gates creaked open on their own, as if welcoming her. A chill ran down her spine. She stepped forward, taking in the castle's immense beauty. Black stone walls reaching toward the heavens, arching windows glowing with candlelight. As she passed through the main doors, a sudden gust of wind shut them behind her. She was alone, or so she thought. Welcome, Beauty. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the halls. She turned, and there he was, the beast. He stood at the top of the grand staircase, his form monstrous, yet regal. His fur was a dark shade of mahogany, his eyes piercing gold, his horns curved and menacing. But despite his terrifying appearance, there was something in his gaze, something that was not cruel, not wicked. She swallowed, forcing herself to remain calm. I have come as promised, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. The beast descended the stairs, his claws clicking against the polished floor. He stopped a few feet from her, towering over her like a shadow of the night. For a moment, he studied her. Then, to her surprise, he bowed his head slightly. You are brave, he murmured. Few would come here willingly. Beauty's heart pounded. Was that admiration in his voice? Before she could answer, he gestured toward the hall. Come, you must be tired. She hesitated, then nodded. Whatever awaited her here, she knew one thing. This was only the beginning. As Beauty followed the beast through the castle, she expected darkness. Instead, she found wonder. The halls were grand and glittering, lit by chandeliers that burned with a light that never flickered. Rooms opened before her as if by magic, revealing things she had never dared dream of. A library filled with books older than time itself. A dining hall where golden platters held food that never went cold. A music room where instruments played themselves, filling the air with soft melodies. But despite the castle's wonders, there was one rule. Every night, as the clock struck 9, the beast would join her for dinner. And every night, before she left the table, he would ask her the same question. Beauty, will you marry me? And every night she would say, No, but something was changing. With each passing day, she began to see beyond the beast's terrifying form. She saw his gentleness, his patience, his silent sadness, and though she did not yet love him, she found herself no longer afraid, but something else was beginning to stir, something she could not yet understand. Then the dreams began. Beauty found herself wandering through endless gardens, where a man stood waiting, not the beast, but a prince, his eyes sorrowful, his voice a whisper in the wind. Why do you refuse me? He would ask. Why do you turn away? Beauty would wake, breathless, confused by the longing in her chest. Then, one evening, she found something unusual, a golden book lying open on the library table, with words written in a delicate, glowing script. Do not let appearances deceive you. Her fingers trembled as she traced the letters. Had she been blind all this time? Had she misunderstood everything? Her heart pounded with a realization she was not yet ready to face. Then, as if sensing her thoughts, the beast spoke. Do you miss your family? She looked up, startled. Yes. Then go to them. Her breath caught. You would let me leave? The beast nodded. Take this. He handed her a golden ring. When you're ready to return, place it on your nightstand. You will wake here in the castle. Beauty's hands tightened around the ring. I will come back, she promised. And she meant it. But fate had other plans. Beauty returned home under the cover of golden light, as if the very world rejoiced at her return. Her father, upon seeing her, wept with joy, embracing her with trembling arms. My child, I thought I had lost you forever. She held him tightly, her heart aching at how frail he had become in her absence. Her brothers welcomed her warmly, but her sister's smiles were not of joy. Genevieve and Marcel had expected her to return broken, miserable, and wretched. Instead, she was radiant, draped in fine silks, her eyes filled with an odd, quiet confidence. She was no longer the sister they had pitied. She was something more, and they hated her for it. That night, as the family feasted, the sisters whispered among themselves. She promised the beast she would return in a week, Marcel murmured. And what happens if she does not? Genevieve asked, a slow, wicked smile forming. Neither of them cared to know the answer. They only knew one thing. They would do whatever it took to keep her here. For the next few days, they showered her with false affection, weaving words of sorrow and longing, begging her to stay just a little longer. We have missed you so much, dear sister. Will you truly leave us so soon? Beauty hesitated. Her heart was torn. She had given the beast her word, but her father looked so weak, and her sisters seemed so genuine in their grief. Surely, another few days wouldn't hurt. On the 10th night, Beauty awoke with a gasp. A dream had shaken her to her core. She saw the beast, lying on the cold stone floor of the castle, his great body still, his golden eyes dimmed, his breath shallow. In her dream, he whispered her name, a plea, a final call, before darkness consumed him. She bolted upright, heart racing. It had felt so real. Then, a terrible thought struck her. She had promised to return in 1 week, but it had been 10 days. She had broken her word. Terror seized her chest. Grabbing the golden ring, she pressed it to her lips, then placed it on her nightstand, and the world vanished into darkness. She awoke in the castle, but something was wrong. The air was heavy, suffocating. The once vibrant halls stood cold and empty. their warmth gone. Beast? Her voice echoed through the silent corridors, but no one answered. Frantic, she ran through the halls, past the grand library, past the music room, past the dining hall, where they had once laughed together. Finally, she reached the rose garden, and there he was. The beast lay motionless, his massive body sprawled beneath the dying roses. His breathing was shallow, his fur pale, his once magnificent eyes closed. She fell to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as she touched his face. No, no, wake up. A single golden eye cracked open, a weak, pained whisper. You came back. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Yes, yes, I came back. Please don't leave me. His breaths were growing weaker. She gripped his hand, sobbing. I was blind, she whispered. I didn't see the truth, but now I do. She took a deep breath, heart pounding in her chest. Beast, will you marry me? And with those words, the world exploded in light. A golden glow erupted from the beast's body, lifting him from the ground. Beauty staggered back, shielding her eyes as the light consumed him. Then, silence. When she opened her eyes, the beast was gone. In his place stood a man, tall, strong, his eyes the same piercing gold she had known, but his face no longer that of a monster. A prince. Her breath caught. You. A small, rueful smile touched his lips. Yes, Beauty. It was me all along. She stared at him, her mind spinning. Why didn't you tell me? Because it had to be your choice, he said gently. The curse could only be broken if you loved me for who I was, not for who I could become. Tears filled her eyes. I did. A warm laugh rumbled in his chest. I know. And as he reached for her hand, she let him. The castle blazed with life once more, as if celebrating the end of its long curse. And in the distance, the fairies smiled, for Beauty had not only broken the spell, but had proved that love sees beyond what the eyes can perceive. Beauty and the prince were married in a grand ceremony, with nobles and fairies alike in attendance. Her father was there, beaming with pride. Her sisters, however, were not so lucky. As punishment for their jealousy and cruelty, the fairies turned them into stone statues, cursed to stand at the palace gates until they learned true kindness. As Beauty stood beside her husband, looking out over her new kingdom, she smiled. This was not the life she had expected. It was something far greater. And so they ruled, not just with love, but with wisdom, compassion, and strength. And they lived happily ever after.